Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 notice of public hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of the hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We have Mr. Wooldridge with us this morning, so newsflash. And Mr. Wooldridge will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. So if you're a witness, please feel free to address Mr. Wooldridge to advance to the next slide when you're ready, and cross-examiners may ask Mr. Wooldridge to bring up a particular exhibit. And have some patience. He has big shoes to fill today, so. We will take breaks as usual. We will also have a hard stop at 5 p.m. With that, turning to any procedural issues that we can talk about, we have a number of witnesses today, so we have a lot to work through, so good luck to us. I believe I have, according to my list, it looks like we'll be starting with Stephen Mell and Laura Foglia, but I will looks like Ms. Tabor. Good morning, Ms. Tabor. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Yes, I just wanted to quickly run down our order and ask a question about timing. The whole host of SOMAC Council today presenting a variety of witnesses. We are starting with Dr. Mell and Dr. Folia, and Mr. Ferguson will be presenting those witnesses, followed by Mr. Young for Sacramento Area Sewer District. I'll be presenting him. You'll see Ms. Chester presenting the Sacramento County witnesses, Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Salter, followed, if time allows, by Dr. Marty from Sacramento Area Sewer District, and Ms. Moscow will be online for that. I wanted to check with you and probably DWR as well, if we think we could tell the Sacramento County witnesses that they will not appear before lunchtime, and that Dr. Marty will not appear before 3 p.m. Based on the time cross estimates we received from DWR, that seemed to be a reasonable schedule, but we'd like to see if we can give them some direction on their afternoon.
Good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning. So I am not sure that we won't get to Mr. Rodriguez before lunch. I have high hopes that we will. Depends on the answers, but based on my cross right now, I think it's fair to say we won't get to Mr. Rodriguez until 11, but I think we might get to him, I hope, at least through his direct. And then I think 3 p.m. for Marty would be acceptable. I don't think we would get there before. And I think if we need to, at the afternoon break or after lunch, we could also check in on that timing.
That's great. Thank you. We'll let them know.
Thank you. That's helpful. All right. Who else? Let's see. Do we need to elevate? Is there anyone else who needs to be elevated before we, or has another procedural issue that we could talk about before we get started? All right, then I think we are ready to elevate our witnesses, Dr. Mell and Dr. Foglia. Or Folia, maybe it's a silent G. Oh, good morning, Ms. Carroll. I was looking for you you were already admitted. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for DWR. And no worries, I'm not on much today, so you won't see me very often.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Folia, and good morning, Dr. Mell. I think we got that. Dr. Mel, it's my understanding that you previously testified in this proceeding. Do you recall previously taking the oath with respect to your testimony?
I do.
Thank you. And Dr. Folia, similarly, I recall that you previously testified in this proceeding. Do you recall taking the oath with respect to your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Then with that, I will turn to, well, we need Mr. Ferguson. There we go.
Thank you. That's what I was
If
gonna
we can
say.
please elevate Mr. Ferguson. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Ferguson.
We all set to go?
There we go. I can hear you now.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yes. You were not on mute, but we can hear you. Yes. With
Great.
that, I'll turn things over to you.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Just real quickly, Aaron Ferguson from Somax Simmons and Dunn, appearing on behalf of Sacramento County Water Agency this morning and presenting Dr. Mel and Dr. Folia on groundwater related issues. And Dr. Mel will present the testimony and the summary of the testimony. They jointly prepared their testimony, but Dr. Mel will take the lead on presenting that summary, and Dr. Foley will be available to answer any questions in the areas that she focused on. So with that, let me just ask the two witnesses, we'll start with Dr. Mel. Is SCWA 22C2 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. And is SCWA 24C a true and correct copy of the summary of your rebuttal testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. And are SCWA 25 through 30 true and correct copies of key reference documents you used in preparing your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Foy, I'd like to turn to you. With respect to your testimony, is SCWA 23 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yep, it is.
Okay. All right. Well, Dr. Mel, why don't, if we can, why don't we have you summarize your testimony using SCWA 24C? And if we could bring that up, that'd be great. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so this is our summary of our rebuttal testimony to DWR 01015. Next slide, please. And this is on behalf of SCWA and the Harvest Water Program, and why we think that the analysis that DWR presented in their subsequent rebuttal of the DCP impacts is insufficient. And this centers around three primary points. The first is in regards to uncertainty analysis, that there was no uncertainty analysis presented in terms of the groundwater impacts that were analyzed. And related to that is the model calibration. I'll talk more about how those two sort of go hand in hand. We looked at the model calibration files that were provided, and they're incomplete. So that makes performing an uncertainty analysis from our side more or less impossible. And it was unclear if those files that were provided were the ones that correspond correctly to those to the scenarios that were presented in the EIR. So we'll go into more detail on that as well. The second major point is related to the stream leakage. And this is something that we've brought up in previous testimony, that really we should be looking more at these localized impacts rather than these long reaches of stream length along the Sacramento River. And we did indeed do some more localized analyses, and I'll present that as well. And in addition to that, these stream leakages should also be framed in terms of uncertainty analysis. So what's the possible range of impacts? And the last point centers around this issue of the lost irrigation, that recharge from lost irrigation that will no longer happen at the TCC site, where they're stockpiling up the RTM and doing other operations there. And there's we presented some numbers. Dr. Hatch presented some numbers, but none of these are based on actual field measurements of what's the deep percolation and infiltration that's occurring at that site. And there's ways to do that I think get, using better science than just some of the estimates that were done up until this point. Next slide, please. So starting with the uncertainty analysis, this isn't something that's new. We've been doing groundwater modeling for decades, and uncertainty analysis is come a long way as well. And it's something that's really important, especially when the stakes are high. And this is something that even DWR in their best management practices that they've outlined for Sigma, they have a whole section on the importance of uncertainty analysis, especially in regards to decision makers, right? That, the idea is that we don't want to be making a decision based on a single number. We want to be looking at, a range of possible impacts so that we can really inform that decision and understand the full spectrum of what those impacts might be. And so by not actually including uncertainty analysis, we're not even following sort of what is the standard, guidelines and BMPs regarding, groundwater modeling and looking at decision making. Next slide, please. So related to that uncertainty analysis is the model calibration process. So these two go hand in hand, and let me illustrate that a little bit more. The idea behind model calibration is that you're trying to dial in this model, right, and get it to sort of match what is true from perhaps historical observations or existing data and things like that. And to the degree that the model can mimic the past, it gives you some confidence that it's going to be able to replicate or predict the future and be used for scenario analysis and projections. Or stated another way, if the model doesn't replicate the known conditions in historical past, then that doesn't give us as much confidence in its fidelity to make accurate predictions, right? And so we want to look at the quality of that calibration to help us inform what is the uncertainty of that model for making predictions, right? So this is kind of how that works together. So we looked at the calibration files that were provided, and there's a screenshot here, and you can see that the highlighted that it just terminates in an error. It didn't actually finish, so it got close to finishing. It says it found the optimum, but then it should run some subsequent analyses to produce additional output files that then we can use to do that uncertainty analysis, and it stopped. It didn't do that. Why it did that, I don't know, but we kind of dug a little bit deeper, and looking at the file dates, the calibration files are from December of 2024, but the baseline and existing conditions and the scenarios are from August of 2022. So that's backwards in terms of the normal workflow. Like you first, develop this model, calibrate it to your, historical observations, get it dialed in. And once you're satisfied that the model's sort of dialed in, then you use it for your scenario analyses, right? So something's not matching up here with these files. So we didn't pursue doing our own uncertainty analysis with this because it's not clear that we have the right set of files. I don't want to speculate why that might be. Maybe these got archived differently and something got mixed up there. I don't know, but that's sort of the state of where that's at currently. Next slide, please. So the next point is in regards to stream leakage. And this is something that we've brought up in previous testimony, that by analyzing these long stretches of the Sacramento River, you can end up missing some of the localized impacts that are more acute. And so in the panel A here on the figure on the left, that's the length of the Sacramento River highlighted in blue that was originally analyzed in the EIR, right? And outlined in black is the boundary of the South American subbasin. Subsequent analysis by Dr. Hatch, he refined that. And you can see sort of chopped off the lower part of that and looked at just the western edge of the Sacramento, South American subbasin. it's a little bit hard to see on these figures, but there's two red dots about halfway down on there, and that's where the intakes are located. And of course, that's where the stream flow rates are going to change because you're diverting. So really, we expect most of the impacts to be downstream of that location, and that's in panel C there, where we just looked at downstream of the intakes, right? And that's the analysis that we looked at. Next slide, please. And so this is presented similar to how the EIR presents the impacts on stream leakage, looking at the baseline scenario and then the alternative, in this case, the Bethany alternative, the difference between the two, and then the percent difference. And that's in that last row of the table highlighted there. And what we can see is that we're getting close to that 5% threshold. We're about 4.6% difference when we're just looking downstream of the intakes there. And in some years, that's actually greater than that, right? So you can see we're getting above 8% in particular years, right? I do want to point out there's a change here. Since the AHO made the request for more transparency on how the processing of the averaging and the stream leakages, we made our analysis consistent with DWR. So there's a slight difference how we were normalizing on that average. So now we made ours consistent with the DWR's approach. That's why there's a slight difference there, and we corrected our testimony so that we're consistent. But the main point here is that this is still lost leakage that's not entering the South American subbasin. So that flow is going to have to be made up somewhere else, right? So this is continuous over time occurring. And to get back to the previous point about uncertainty, there's no uncertainty on this, right? So we see that we're getting close to that 5%, but plus or minus what? We don't know. Certainly we see some years we go over that 5%, right? So there's definitely a range here, but we don't know what the true possible range could be because there is no uncertainty on this, and it's another limitation. Next slide, please. So the last point is in regards to the lost recharge that's going to occur at the Twin Cities site. And so essentially, this land is going to be taken out of production. There won't be any surface irrigation occurring. There's subsequent analysis from DWR basically saying that the soils are so poor at this site that they don't perk right very much at all. And so even if you're going to stockpile additional material on top, it's not going to be any worse than kind of the native soils anyway. So sort of same. It's not going to make any difference. The problem with that is that this is not based on any actual measurements of deep percolation that can be occurring at the site. So it's all just speculative and without actual field data at the site. So there's ways to do this and actually measure deep percolation and infiltration. Lysimeters is one of them. They're commonly used. They're not expensive, right? They have their limitations. They're a point measurement, but you can do several of them, kind of spread them around to get an idea of sort of spatially what might be happening on the site. In considering that this is, a long-term storage facility, right? And it's going to have long-term impacts, rather than being speculative, we think it just doesn't percolate at all. Get out there and measure it. I mean, and use, the best available science. So that's the final thing that we want to bring up.
Thank you, Mr. Mell. Dr. Mell.
Dr. Mell, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions real quick so you can emphasize a couple of points. Can you please explain what the results of an uncertainty analysis are, or what the analysis gives you once you conduct an analysis like that?
Yeah, so there's a couple things. I think one of the primary things that you can use is sort of putting in a range. So rather than having a single number as an output, that this is the value of, for example, related to this case, stream leakage or groundwater level. Those, I think, were things that, we've talked about in this testimony. Rather than having a single number, then you can say, well, what's the 95% confidence interval around that, right? So that might be, here's what we think it is, but it could be as high as this or as low as that. So we put a confidence interval around that output, right? And to the degree that, that confidence interval is very tight, right? Then we know, hey, we have a lot of, it can't really wiggle around much from that number, or it might be huge and saying, well, we think it's this, but it could be as high as this or as low as that. So then you kind of realize the model maybe isn't very good at predicting that, even though we think this is the number, but really it could be anywhere in between here, right? So it really kind of, gives you a sense of the fidelity or the confidence you should have in the model output before you make a decision.
Okay, thank you. Okay. With that, I believe the witnesses are ready for cross-examination.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. I will look to, it sounds like Ms. Morris. Yes, Ms. Morris, do you have questions for these witnesses?
I do. Good morning, Dr. Mill and Dr. Folia. Nice to see you again. I think I'll start with Dr. Mill, and then I may have some questions intermittent for you, Dr. Folia, as well. And looking at your testimony, Dr. Mill, SCWA 22, I think we're C2 now. If we, Mr. Wooldridge, if we could pull that up and go to paragraphs 3, beginning on page 2, just to sort of orient us. Dr. Mill, in your testimony in paragraphs 3 to 5, you use several examples to show the importance of uncertainty analysis in groundwater modeling, correct?
Yes.
And that's a textbook chapter regarding nuclear waste storage.
The textbook is a general textbook on groundwater modeling. That's chapter 10 of the applied groundwater modeling from Anderson and Wosner.
And then an article regarding nuclear waste storage.
Yes.
And then also the Sigma modeling best BMP or best management practices.
That's correct.
Okay. And Dr. Folia, in your previous testimony, you mentioned that you were familiar with modeling conducted for the groundwater sustainability plan using the COSANA model, correct?
Correct. I did not develop the model myself. The model has been used, so I'm not familiar in the sense that I did not develop it. But yeah, I'm familiar with the model.
To your knowledge, has the COSANA model undergone an uncertainty analysis like that described in the exhibits cited in this testimony?
Not yet, because the COSANA model has been developed for this very first phase of Sigma implementation. And, Sigma implementation is a 20 years time for really getting to sustainability to keep improving the tools. So the model has been developed, it didn't undergo uncertainty analysis yet. And as a first phase in these 5 years, it was really mostly to understand the model condition. There were no real big projects that were yet to be simulated with the model. So I assume, as I've seen in many other basins, the uncertainty analysis is coming in the next phases of Sigma implementation.
Yeah, I have a question about many other basins, but let's go here first. Are you familiar with any other models used in adjacent subbasins for Sigma, such as the Eastern San Joaquin model that has done an uncertainty analysis?
I did not review the Eastern San Joaquin model.
Do you have any knowledge whether any model submitted to DWR under Sigma has completed an uncertainty analysis?
We did it for models up in Northern California, running different scenarios and different parameter sets. And we have a different number of publications. And again, the reason why we did it in this specific Northern California basin is because there are specific requirements in terms of, not just in terms of sigma. So we had the time and we were able to develop uncertainty around the results.
Right.
It has not been the case everywhere.
Are you aware of any and are you, let's clarify this. That's the Scott Valley. Is that what you're talking about, Dr. Folio?
Yeah, we did Scott Valley, Shasta Valley, and Butte Valley with different level of publication of the results, but Scott Valley has been all published.
And are you aware of any other basins that, other than what you just described, that have done uncertainty analysis for sigma?
I think I did not review many other models, honestly. I think I've been busy with the ones I developed myself.
And in Scott Valley, is that a project that you were working on with UC Davis?
Also.
And has that been ongoing for at least a decade?
Yes.
And has there been data collection for over a decade that was able to inform that model?
There were some data from early 2000, but most of the new data are they started being collected after Sigma. So it's a combination.
And in the Scott Valley and what you're talking about, there is are stream flows typically low during the dry season?
I'm going to object to relevance. I understand the questions about uncertainty, but this seems far afield from the testimony that Dr. Malafolia presented here.
Well, I can tie it back and I can come back to this, but I was just trying to be efficient since we were talking about Scott Valley.
Maybe
Sure.
let's tie it back, and if that coming back to it is appropriate, then let's do that.
Well, I'll just come back to it and we can be inefficient. It's my least favorite thing to do, but we will do it. Okay, let's go back to Dr. Mal. You testified earlier, I believe, that you were familiar with the model used by Harvest Water in their environmental impact report, the SAC IGSM. Is that correct?
I guess the word familiar is maybe a bit of a stretch. I've seen outputs from that model, but I didn't run the model myself, and it was just like a couple snapshot outputs from that model.
Are you aware if the SAC IGSM underwent an uncertainty analysis when assessing the project's benefits?
I am not aware either way.
And can we please pull up what's been marked as SAC 29 or SCWA 029, Mr. Wooldridge, please. And Dr. Mel, this is what you cited to in your testimony from DWR on the Sigma modeling BMP.
Yes.
And if we could please go to PDF page 20. And if we could scroll to maybe we could make it a little bigger. And Dr. Mel, can you see it okay? Yeah, is that good?
Yep.
Okay, do you see here in this section about identifying data gaps and monitoring needs, do you see where it states at the bottom, uncertainty analysis can provide useful input in the following areas?
Mm-hmm.
And would you agree that one of those areas is prioritization of data collection to target information that might be helpful? I'm sorry, let me strike that. Would you agree that one of those is to prioritize data collection?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. With the goal of reducing level of remaining uncertainty. Yes. So, right. Mm-hmm.
And would you, if we could scroll down. Would you agree that it also is to help select a reasonable margin of operational flexibility and specifying measurable objectives, minimum thresholds, proposed projects, and management actions?
Yeah, there's a lot packed in there. But yeah, I think that my sense is that it's getting to what I mentioned earlier, that it gives you a range of outcomes. So I'm reading that.
And another is as a platform for integrating uncertainty of the effects of climate change and sea level rise on sustainable basin operations, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And do you know if minimum thresholds are a specific number, or are they a range of numbers?
Well, so I mean, it depends on how if we're talking about a Sigma implementation, it depends on how they want to put that, in their plan, right, as a minimum threshold, right? There's oftentimes, base objectives and what they want to do when they get close to that threshold, right? Does that make sense? So
I understand your statement, but is that usually a number, or is that usually a range of numbers?
I don't know what's usual or not, right?
Okay.
So
We can take this down. Would you agree that the modeling analysis for the Delta Conveyance project was to compare differences between a no project scenario and a project scenario?
I'm sorry, say that again. What's
That the purpose of the groundwater modeling for the Delta Conveyance project was to compare a with and without project scenario?
I think that's, yeah, one of them. I don't know if that was the sole purpose, but
let's go back to your testimony. I want to look at paragraph 4 on page 2. And in this section, you mentioned the use of uncertainty analysis in nuclear waste disposal. Is that correct?
yes.
Would you agree that nuclear waste disposal requires detailed analysis to prevent the mitigation of radioactive material that poses acute risks to human health?
Yeah, so the idea behind this, right, and to kind of put this into context, right? For example, the Yucca Mountain project, right, where you're burying this stuff underground, there's groundwater flow, right? And so if this leaks, then it can get into the groundwater supply, right? So that's why there's the groundwater piece to this, rather than, in addition to just, the containment part of it and the leakage part of it, right? But the idea behind when the stakes are higher, it becomes important to do uncertainty analysis, right?
And the stakes would be very high if you're burying nuclear waste, because if it migrates into another area, it could affect water supply that humans might
Absolutely.
drink.
We're talking about things that can affect water supply for, humans, ag, what have you, right? Mm-hmm.
And to your knowledge, do the Delta Conveyance facilities have the same risk to water supply as nuclear waste disposal?
Well, it's a risk in terms of if it's going to affect the volume of water available for beneficial uses.
So you would associate contamination from nuclear waste to have the same risk as a reduction in water supply.
Objection argumentative and asked and answered.
I'll allow the question. Dr. Mel, please.
Yeah, I mean, this is an apples to oranges comparison, right? In terms of this project has, a potential impact on long-term water supplies for beneficial uses and users, right? So that's not nothing, right? And so the purpose of the testimony here was in response to this Dr. Hatch saying that uncertainty analysis isn't common in sort of CEQA settings for groundwater. And so what we're pointing out is it's there, right? And certainly when the stakes are high, it becomes really important. So that was the purpose of this part of our testimony, to illustrate that, it is, I don't want to say it's common, but it's, it's there, right?
And when you say it's there, you're talking about CEQA analysis that would be looking at potential bearing of nuclear waste.
So no. So I'm talking about not just nuclear waste, right? Other environmental considerations, even basically that it's documented that we should be doing uncertainty analysis. There are documented cases of doing uncertainty analysis. It's in the BMPs for DWR that we should be doing uncertainty analysis when we're talking about things that have, that decision makers need to, make a decision that have impacts to water supply and things like that. So that's really the point of this part of the testimony.
As you sit here today, what CEQA documents are you aware of that use groundwater modeling that has an uncertainty analysis?
Objection.
So specifically,
facts.
CEQA document?
Assumes facts, not evidence.
Ms. Morris, are you referring to Dr. Mel's reference to CEQA documents that include an uncertainty analysis? Is that the basis for the question?
Yeah, which
Okay.
ones?
Yeah. So please, Dr. Mel.
It's here today.
Yeah, so I didn't look at specific CEQA documents to see if there was uncertainty analysis in them. But there are several cases of uncertainty analysis, one's highlighted here, right? In regards to groundwater modeling, decision making.
Okay, so when you say that it is, I thought I heard you say it is common, or it's not unheard of in CEQA analysis, but as you sit here today, you don't know if there are any CEQA analysis that include groundwater modeling that had uncertainty analysis.
Okay, so let me be clear. I'm not sure that I said that they are in CEQA analysis. I'm saying in sort of groundwater modeling, right, where there's impact analyses, whether that falls under CEQA or some other framework. It's been documented, uncertainty analysis has been done, and it's really important when the stakes are high. It's part of DWR's BMPs that they recommend that it be best management practice, so it's not unheard of, right?
And to your knowledge, is the DCP storing anything underground like spent fuel rods?
No, I hope not.
And do you know whether the DCP is pumping any groundwater during project operations?
During operations, to my knowledge, no.
And what is the cause of changes in the stream aquifer interaction from the Delta Conveyance project?
Yeah, so essentially it revolves around, the gradients between the stream and the aquifer, right? And so that's what's driving the change in stream aquifer interaction. So those gradients are related to what is the water levels in the stream versus the water levels in the surrounding aquifer. And so you could have either the water levels in the stream stay the same, but the water levels in the adjacent aquifer change, or the water levels in the aquifer are the same, but the stream levels are changing, right? Or they're both changing, right? So any combination thereof. So that's really what controls that change in the stream aquifer interaction.
Okay, but I was asking specifically from DCP. So what mechanism of DCP, in your opinion, is causing a change in stream water aquifer interaction?
And so basically, I haven't looked in in detail, right? But it's caused by changes in the hydraulic gradients between the stream and the aquifer, right? And those are in response to, whatever changes in the stressors are in the stream and the aquifer, right? They propagate through the system.
And do the changes in the stream aquifer interaction from diversion from the Delta Conveyance project occur all the time?
I mean, it would be, there's a, my understanding is there's an operational window, right? When those diversions will be taking place, if that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, so it's not all constant.
What isn't constant?
The diversion of water into the Delta Conveyance project.
To my knowledge, no. That's got an operational schedule.
And if we could go to paragraph 9 on page 5. And just to be clear, Dr. Mel, you haven't looked at the operational parameters of the Delta Conveyance project in coming to your opinions about the changes in consideration of your testimony, correct?
That's.
I think it cut out. Did we capture it? That's correct?
That's correct.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for clarifying. And then back to paragraph 9. Looking at lines 1 to 3, you indicate that the date of the input files and output files for the calibration run 12/2024 was after the date of the model input and output the DWR shared for the Delta groundwater model runs of 8/19/2022, correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree that using file dates is not a reliable method of version checking, especially when moving files in a zip archive across Windows computer platforms?
I mean, there's ways. So let me get back to why this was there, right? The model files that were provided didn't work, right? They had an error in them. And so that was in the testimony and trying to figure out what's going on here, right? I noticed that the file dates don't line up with what you would expect, right? So it just, seemed like something like we didn't have the right set of files rather than, trying to pursue that further and figure out what might be going on. Seemed like that something happened with those files that were provided.
And to be clear, you just said the model files had an error in them, but you were talking about the calibration files, not the model.
Sorry. The calibration is based on the model file. So, but yes, to be clear, the calibration output, the main calibration output terminated with an error.
But so as you sit here today, based on your date, that's just speculative, correct? You don't know that because let me re-ask my question because you didn't answer it. Would you agree that using file dates is not a reliable method of version checking, especially when you are moving files in a zip archive?
So there are ways to preserve the file date when you create a zip archive. If that was done or not, I don't know. So I don't want to say that having the zip archive is, so you can have it preserve the date.
And let's go to your PowerPoint presentation. I believe it's oh yeah, thank you. Wow. Slide 4, please. And if I just want to see this is what you were referring to when you said that there was an error. You're looking at the error condition prevents. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you see 2 lines above that? Do you see where it says optimization complete?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go back to your testimony on paragraph 10, which is the new 10 on page 6 now. In this paragraph, you indicate that Dr. Hatch's testimony fails to acknowledge the depth of research that has been completed to explore the modeling and monitoring for the assessment of stream aquifer exchange, correct?
That's correct.
And you also identify a range of monitoring tools with examples such as stream gauge differencing, thermal sensing, and seepage meters, correct?
That's correct.
Are these methods feasible for large rivers like the Sacramento River?
It depends. When you look at the study from Model, they show a range. So not all of them are they're, how do I want to say this? Different methods are suitable for different conditions, right? So you can use a seepage meter. You can use a seepage meter in the Sac River. Nothing wrong with that.
Could you use thermal sensing in the Sacramento River?
Sure. I don't know. You could use any of these. I don't, how well they would work at different times of year. The flows are variable. And what parts of the Sac River we're talking about?
Well, if we're talking about the Sacramento River let's just say between Freeport and the DCP intakes, would that be feasible?
You could use it. I don't think thermal would be the way to go for that stretch.
And in that stretch, it's your testimony, you could use seepage meters?
Seepage meters you could use.
For stream flow differencing, how feasible is it in tidally influenced conditions?
Objection, vague.
Which part?
I think she said something about how much is it and how much is it of what? I guess.
Maybe will you just rephrase, Ms. Morris, please?
Well, I didn't say, I'll ask, but first
Ask again.
I'll re-ask and then maybe I can clarify if there's still confusion. For stream flow gauge differencing, how feasible is it to use in tidally influenced conditions, such as low flows or during flood flows?
Yeah, so depending on the quality of what your stream gauging instrumentation is, right? If you have really high flows, it gets harder to separate out what might be leakage, depending on, especially if you don't have a lot of leakage, relative to what that error in the measurement is, right? Again, the point here is that Dr. Hatch asserted that the reason we use these long reaches is because we can't measure stream aquifer interaction, and that's categorically not true, right?
Do you know if the Sacramento River has high quality gauges like you were just describing would be necessary in that stretch of the river?
Objection, vague. High
We
quality
were
gauges.
that stretch of the river from Freeport to the DCP intakes. So I'm going to ask about that stretch of the river continuously.
So there's a gauge at Freeport. There's a gauge there. I'm not sure what its quality is. I mean, these things undergo QA/QC, right? But it doesn't mean that you have to use that gauge. You can go out there and there's technologies where they have acoustic Dopplers that you can attach on a remote controlled boat that you can drive across the river and get very detailed measurements. You can do it, over time average. So there's ways to do it. They're doing that on the Yuba actually more recently, and so these devices have come a long way rather than just using a standard stream gauge that's based on a stage rating curve that you're talking about.
But as you're sitting here today, you don't know the quality of the gauges in that stretch of the river. You know there's gauges, but you don't know if they are that higher quality, correct?
What higher quality?
That you were describing in your earlier answer about high quality gauges.
I don't know how often they update the rating curve on those gauges.
And I want to go back and ask you, in the stretch of the river we're focusing on, how would you use a seepage meter in that stretch of the Sacramento River?
So there's a couple different kinds of seepage meters. The you know, the most sort of, rudimentary is, let's take something like a 55-gallon drum, like a barrel, right? That's sealed off, right? And then that's inserted into the stream bed. At the top of the barrel is basically a hole, and there's another vessel on there that has a certain amount of water in it. And then over time, you can see how that attached vessel either fills up with water. So that would be water coming from the aquifer through the stream bed and filling that other vessel, or how much is lost out of that vessel. So it went out of that vessel through that barrel into the stream bed. So that's, a losing stream. And so that's just measured over time. It's a point measurement. Sorry.
How would you employ that method to understand stream leakage under a with project condition?
So we're talking about, again, Dr. Hatch asserted that we don't do this because we can't measure it. We can measure it. We can measure stream leakage. That's not the reason for modeling these long reaches is he asserted that we can't measure stream aquifer interaction. We can measure it. There are tools.
Dr. Mel, can what you just described is measuring at a point, but it's not everywhere along that stretch of the river that we're talking about, correct?
That's correct. So you can use multiple, right? And that's the nature of our business, right? You have a well, you have a head at one point, but then you collect multiple, right? I mean, this is
okay. To your knowledge, has Sacramento County Water Agency employed any of the methods you described above to estimate stream leakage on the Sacramento River, particularly in the area where the Delta Conveyance project intakes are proposed and downstream?
Not to my knowledge.
Would you agree that the Sacramento County Water Agency and the South American Subbasin rely on modeling to estimate stream leakage from the Sacramento River to the subbasin?
Yeah.
And would the model used by the subbasin and GSA be the Kasana model?
That's one of the models that's the model used by the GSP. That's what you're talking about.
And in paragraph 10 of your testimony, lines 22 to 24, you indicate that modeling allows us to evaluate on a sub-reach scale how variability in geology and hydrologic gradients control the magnitude of stream aquifer interactions to determine if it is consistent or variable along a reach. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it common for data to be available to represent the variability in geology and hydraulic gradients along a river that can be employed into a model?
Again, I don't know what you mean by common, but there are studies that, have very detailed studies. We've flown AEM data, things like that, so we can get more detailed looks at that.
How about for the Kasana model?
I wasn't involved in the development of the Kasana model, so I'm not the best person to answer that question.
Is data available for the Sacramento River that was used to represent the variability in geology or hydrologic gradients in the Kasana model, Dr. Folio, if you know?
We use all the data available at the time. I'm not really sure what you are referring to. Plus, when Kasana was developed, was really just for the first version of the groundwater sustainability plan. So the goal of the model was very different than looking at specific. It was for the entire basin at the time, and it was not specific just on the Sacramento River. We had to look at all the other rivers also.
Right, but you were looking at the Sacramento River as well.
Yeah, there were more data for other rivers, and so for example, for Cozumnes, there are a lot of information. There is a little less. It's just because it's just the nature of when you build a regional model, you first start with the data that you have available, and then you use the model, like you pointed out earlier in the BMPs. In next steps, you use the model to set up more data collection depending on what you are really looking forward to. You need to think about the goal, the question that you want the model to answer.
And do you know, Dr. Folia, the geology under the Sacramento River along the South American subbasin?
I'm not sure what you mean. I know how the model has been built with different layers. I don't know if I didn't go into the specific of the geology just there.
Do you know if those layers represent the the geology that occurs along under the Sacramento River along the SASB?
To the best of our knowledge at the time, with the data that were available in 2018, 2019.
So based on that data, that what was available, the model makes certain assumptions about the geology under the Sacramento River along the South American subbasin, correct?
Correct.
And if we could go to paragraph 12 of 22C2 on page 8. Dr. Mel, looking at lines 4 to 8, you state that using the same stream leakage analysis approach similar to Dr. Hatch's testimony and starting at the intakes and going downstream to the end of the South American subbasin, it's an estimated 4.58 reduction in average annual stream losses to groundwater, correct?
That sounds right. I think we're on a different page here as I'm looking at what's on the screen, but that seems consistent with what was in my PowerPoint slides. Yeah.
Okay. It's page 7. Maybe I got us on the wrong page. Sorry about that. And page 7, lines 4 to 8.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that looks right.
Okay. And you also state that the 4.58 is close to the 5% threshold of significance defined in the FEIR. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know from what's the distance between the intakes and the end of the South American subbasin?
It's about 12, 13 miles, something like that.
Is it also correct that the 5% threshold in the EIR was defined for the longer reach from the American River to the San Joaquin River, and then later used by Dr. Hatch across the entire length of the South American subbasin?
That's correct.
So, in looking at your testimony on page 6, let me go back to 6 because I want to ask a question. On line 15, what do you mean by acute loss?
So, looking at it more localized, right? So, rather than spread out over a larger area.
And so how would you define that acute loss in this instance?
Yeah, looking at sort of, what we're talking about here, rather than looking at this large reach, and then you're normalizing by a large number, right? Then can mask, some of the changes, right? In regards to the Sacramento subbasin, where the intakes are located, where we think there's going to be the larger change in the stream flows, then that's of course where we expect to see more of the differences, right? So we're sort of focusing in on that area.
Would it be most appropriate to consider the entire leakage from the Sacramento River along the South American subbasin, since the South American subbasin doesn't just receive stream linkage from the part of the Sacramento River where the DCP is proposed?
Right. So there's different ways of looking at this. Again, and when you look at it from that longer reach perspective, right, there is a larger number, right? It's like 11,000, I think, and change. But of that 11,000, 800, almost 900 is coming downstream of the intakes, right? So we get an idea, again, by using this long reach, right? You're missing what might be happening locally, right? You're missing the spatial distribution of that, right? Does that make sense?
It does, but does the Sacramento area subbasin experience recharge on or the stream flow interaction on the localized basin, or isn't that the subbasin experiencing the stream flow interaction all the way along
Yeah,
the
it
reach of
is
the river?
the Sacramento subbasin is experiencing it all the way along. Of course, what those leakage rates and the local impacts to the groundwater levels in that area, right? In terms of, also, that's not far from the Harvest Water Program area, right? Where there's other measures there. So, rather than looking at everything through one lens, I think it's helpful to also look at what might be happening locally, right?
If the 5% threshold of significance defined in the FEIR is based on a larger section of the Sacramento River that would consider all leakage to the South American subbasin and potential changes in leakage downstream of the subbasin where changes in stream stage would at least partially extend, couldn't that mean that the threshold of significance for a smaller area would be different than 5%?
There's a lot to unpack there. I guess it depends on the questions you want to answer, right? And so, using this 5% number, right, based on stream leakage, if you're looking at a large area, right, a large length rather, right, then what can happen is you can miss the fact that you can have very localized change in stream leakage, right, that could be significant for a particular area, right, but doesn't meet that 5% threshold because it's averaged out over this much longer area, right?
In Dr. Hatch's rebuttal testimony, he testified that one of Harvest Water's goals is to raise water levels to within 10 feet of land surface in the southern South American subbasin. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And would you agree that raising water levels while stages in the Sacramento River stay consistent, that would also reduce leakage from the Sacramento River to the South American subbasin? Going back to your gradient description.
Right. So if you're either way, right, when you look at it, it's a superposition problem. So either if I've raised the groundwater levels, right, but I've also lowered the stage in the Sacramento River because I've diverted, then I'm gonna lose more water away than what I would have originally.
But that wasn't my question, was it? My question was very specific, and it was, isn't it true, or would you agree that raising groundwater levels while stages in the Sacramento River stay consistent, that would reduce the leakage from the Sacramento River to the South American subbasin, correct?
If they stay consistent, that is correct.
And if we could go to paragraph 11. I think I might have gotten confused from the different versions. So hold on one second. I'm trying to find where you say hinder because I'm trying to understand what you mean by hinder. Oh, right. Yeah, it's right there. I'm missing it. It's like in the title, the bold. You say loss of leakage to the SASB would hinder. Do you see that?
Mhm.
What do you mean by hinder?
Well, so essentially, there's, groundwater, supply coming from leakage from the Sacramento River. And that is, part of the overall groundwater budget in the South American subbasin in terms of, ins and outs, right? Think about like your own financial budget, right, of how much is coming in and out. And to the degree that that number is lost or going away, then that's changing that budget.
So it's just any change is a hindrance.
Well,
I'm trying
well,
to-
if it's negative, if I'm getting, if I'm getting paid more, that's not necessarily a bad thing,
Okay.
right? But
Any
this is
negative change is
right,
a hindrance.
right.
Okay. Is an average, so you would agree that an average reduction in stream leakage of 1.24% or a single year maximum reduction in stream leakage of 3.6% would that be a significant interference with Sigma compliance?
Well, so if we're talking about what's significant, I don't know what. Yeah, go ahead, Aaron. I think you're muted, maybe.
Oh, Aaron, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm not
Oh,
sure what
we
happened.
Now we
can
can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure what happened there. I've objected a couple times and just let
Oh,
kind of
no,
let it happen.
that's why.
Yeah, that was compound. That was my objection.
All
Sorry.
right, let's break it down, Ms. Morris, if it was compound, now that I've forgotten how it was structured.
Is an average reduction in stream flow leakage of 1.24% a significant interference with Sigma compliance?
I'll object as vague too.
Noted, but I think, Dr. Mel, now that I know you're going to caveat what is meant by significant, but so please, if you can respond.
Yeah. I mean that was what is what's the context for significant?
You say hindrance achievement of basin sustainability. So I'll just ask it, is a 1.24% reduction in stream flow leakage going to be the cause of not achieving basin sustainability?
Objection misstates his testimony.
I think that's fair, Ms. Morris. That is not what he said. He said hinder.
Do you know if a 1.24% average reduction in stream flow leakage is going to be, let's strike that. Do you know what the other stream flow leakage potentials could be in the South American subbasin as you sit here?
Objection vague. I don't know what potentials is or.
I'm sorry, what was the question, Ms. Morris? And please.
Yeah, well, let's
Actually,
go back
hear
to
the
this.
words.
Let's go back to this. You used the word hinder, and we talked a little bit about that. So let me ask you this. Would you agree that hinder means prevent or not? Your choice.
I would say hinder sort of, I would say prevent. I think I know where you're going here that, I don't think that this is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. So, speaking parables here, but I don't want a 1.2% pay cut, right? That doesn't help me. That's how I view this in terms of, a water budget, right? So
have you done any analysis to show that well, let me start this. If the harvest water project was successful in their goal, and that caused a reduction of stream leakage to the Sacramento River, have you done any calculation of what that reduction would be?
I've not done that calculation.
Let's go to paragraph 11, lines 24 to 25. I believe it's on page 7.
We're here. Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, thanks.
Same one.
You indicate that if there's significant uncertainty, that this suggests the Delta groundwater model may not be the appropriate tool for quantifying the impact to stream aquifer interaction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your experience, does making a model more detailed, for example, finer grid or more layers, automatically make it better for quantifying stream aquifer exchange?
It doesn't automatically do that. It is certainly helpful to do that. There's articles that have been published about the grid resolution that is, sufficient, or beyond which it doesn't help to refine more. So I've actually published papers on that. So
would having a more detailed model necessarily reduce model uncertainty?
No, not necessarily.
Would you agree that ideally the model would balance its level of detail with the available data that can be used to constrain it?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I don't know what ideally. What are we referring to?
Wouldn't you want the model to balance its level of detail with the available data that can be used to constrain it?
I think this gets into a little bit sort of the philosophy of modeling. I think there's also, I think the more important, or a more important driver here is what's the purpose of the model, and that should also be a larger consideration.
I'm not sure you answered my question.
Well,
that's a consideration.
That it should be based on just the available data, and what I'm saying is it's not just the available data; it's also the purpose of the model. What are you using the model for? That would also serve as the
Right.
sort of the level of detail.
So noting the purpose of the use of the model, wouldn't you still want the model to balance its level of detail with the available data that can be used to constrain it?
So again, what's the so what I'm saying is there's another thing that comes into that balance, right? So if I'm building a model for nitrogen transport and I don't have nitrate data, right? Do I just not build the model? Right? So oftentimes we have to build these models even though we never have a complete set of data, right? So there's always a balancing act there. So I don't want to say that just if I don't have the data, I don't model, right? That's not how this works.
Yeah, I don't think that was my question. Wouldn't the data input resolution for comparative simulations limit the necessary resolution of the model?
Again, it depends on, I don't just build the model and the resolution of the model just based on the data I have. And maybe that's my personal modeling philosophy. I think a lot of others would agree with me on that, though.
I'm going to ask a follow-up question, Dr. Mel. Do you mean that in that situation, would you then have to go get more specific data? I mean, how would you run a model that isn't set up for the particularity of the data you have?
Right. So, again, it depends on the questions that we want to answer, right? So that's really when I build a model, I start with that, right? And if these are the important questions that I'm designing my model, the structure of it, boundary conditions, to try and answer that question. So, and this really comes back into the uncertainty analysis piece of that, right? Because then I can go and look and build the model to the best of my abilities with the data that I've got, and then I can look and see what's the uncertainty of the predictions of the questions of interest that I want to answer, right? And then I can use that, and back to Ms. Morris's point earlier, I can use that uncertainty analysis to actually guide data collection and say, well, what new data should I collect to help improve that prediction, right? So I think of modeling as again, this philosophy here is not just a one and done, right? It's a continuous sort of improvement, right? And it's should be an iterative process, right? And we've seen that as a part of this testimony too. I mean, or this was the CVHMD model, and now there's the Delta groundwater model. You know, so these models have undergone improvements as well, right?
Thank you, Dr. Mellon, and back to you, Ms. Morris.
Thanks. Let's go back to your example. If you were modeling nitrate in your example and you have no nitrate data, would you really build a model?
Yeah, I mean, if that's what the client wanted, if I can get and this is way off topic, I guess, but but if I can figure out, I know the nitrate's going to go where the groundwater flow goes. So if I can, use other head data and other things to figure out, am I getting, realistic gradients and groundwater flow paths? And then I can put in a scenario if I think there's going to be, nitrogen inputs here, I can then track the particle tracks or the flow paths and see where they might end up. That still might have utility for me for a decision maker, right?
But you at least need some data. You just use other data as a surrogate for nitrate data. You still need some data, right?
Well, right. I mean, you need, you can't model without some data. Otherwise, you're just drawing, pictures on a screen or whatever, right?
I think that was my point. I think we got there. Thanks. If we could look at paragraph 12 on page 8. Thank you. And here you indicate a loss of 1,133 acre-feet per year may not seem significant compared to total stream leakage, but it still represents a loss of recharge to a groundwater basin that has planned for a specific quantity of recharge and evaluating basin sustainability and planning project and management actions, correct?
That's correct.
And we've already established that the basin model is Kasana model, correct?
For the GSP, yes.
And the Kasana model has no uncertainty analysis, correct? That you or Dr. Folio testified it did not.
Yeah, to my knowledge, that hasn't been conducted yet.
So would Sacramento County Water Agency and the larger basin really plan to manage a sub-basin such that a 1.25% change would hinder achievement of basin sustainability?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence. I don't know where the 1.25 is coming from. And
where is the 1.25, Ms. Morris?
If you divide it by the years, the 1.1133, I can pull up Dr. Hatch's testimony. That's where it is, but it should be, we can go to the table 1. It's just doing math. You could do the math and confirm it for me.
Well, just help me see what math we're doing. Are we going to table 1 is table 1 of what? Table 1 is stricken, isn't it?
If we want to go to, basically it's the difference of one. If we go to Dr. Hatch's testimony, we can pull it up.
Okay, thank you.
It's DWR 1018, please, Mr. Wooldridge. And when we get there, it should be page 4, table 1. And I should have said 1.24 instead of 1.25. Page 4. Table 1. So I'm looking at the difference, the baseline versus the width DCP, and the percentage of the baseline is negative 1.24. Can I proceed with the question now?
Please.
Okay. Would SCWA and the larger subbasin for the South American subbasin really planned to manage the subbasin such that a 1.24% change would hinder the achievement of basin sustainability.
Objection argumentative, and again, assumes facts, not in evidence.
I don't, it seems, Ms. Mo, I'm not going to allow the question, but I think my objection is slightly different. I'm not sure how Dr. Mello is supposed to know the answer to that.
Yeah, I don't know what the GSP, how they're making their decisions. I mean, I will say again, sort of the essence of my testimony and the idea of hinders, like I stated this before, that this is still a loss, right? 1.24%. It's like a pay cut, right? And we don't have uncertainty around that. It could be higher than that, could be lower, right? We don't know the full range.
Right, but Hearing Officer Kinsey, this witness is saying that the loss of leakage would hinder achievement of basin sustainability, and I'm trying to explore, how, like, are they really? If he doesn't know how they're managing, then how can he say it will hinder the basin sustainability?
Objection, she's
There's more-
testifying. There's not a question pending. I'm not.
And I understand Dr. Mello's testimony, so I think let's get to the next question.
If you can go to paragraph 13, page 8, lines 28, and then through lines 1 on page 9, you state that Dr. Hatch's conclusion that is unlikely the addition of the RTM would further reduce permeability is not supported by actual measurements and is speculative, correct?
That's correct.
And in your previous analysis, SASD 006C, did you include any actual measurements from the site when estimating recharge?
No, mine was also based on estimates, but in that testimony, I said that more refined analysis should be done. And I guess to that point, Dr. Hatch, I wasn't thinking from that when I said more, refined or more detailed analysis should be done. I wasn't thinking just doing other estimates. I was thinking actually get out there with field measurements and collect data. And so that's why this is try to be very clear about that, what I mean.
And at that location, is that property owned by the Department of Water Resources?
Not to my knowledge.
In preparing this testimony, did you perform any analysis using actual measurements from the site?
I did not.
I think that I do not have any further questions for these witnesses at this time. Thank you very much for answering my question.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is go ahead and take a 10-minute break. I think I will probably have a few questions and then we will turn to redirect. So let's come back at 10:36. Welcome back. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to attempt, well, first I'll make sure everyone is here, including Dr. Mel, who I think these questions will be directed to. Excellent. I'm going to do my best to ask these questions from the hearing team in part. First of all, Dr. Mel, I didn't want very briefly, because I don't want to get into testimony that's not within your testimony, but the paragraphs that were stricken from the original testimony that you submitted, which were prior paragraphs 10, 11, and this table 1, was that change based on new information that became available to you?
Yeah, so there was the request from the AHO here to have the workflows and sort of post-processing scripts made available. And so when we were able to look at those more closely, we were then able to align our analysis up with that. And what's interesting about that is there's one node. So we did the GIS analysis and clipped to the South American subbasin. And when we did that, we were off by one node compared to what the DWR analysis had. And that's that node at the confluence with the Sacramento River and the American River. And that one node has 50,000 acre feet of leakage in it, which, the whole segment, there's about 250,000 acre feet or so. And so that one node is like 20% of the overall leakage in what is 1/60th of the length. So that's a little bit suspicious, but
so what you're telling me is that with the new information, you were able to match up and understand what was happening in the modeling.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you just, let me look at my notes here. I wanted to get more information just based on your professional judgment and experience on an uncertainty analysis. Are you able to give a very general approximation of what you would think an uncertainty analysis would require for this type of model?
Well, right. So the tools that were used, the output files that we show, the PEST files, it's a software. It stands for parameter estimation. It's very commonly used. So they used that software to do the calibration. It can also do uncertainty analysis. So it's sort of embedded in that software. So basically, everything's there. The tools that they use, has that capability. It just, like I said, it terminated before finishing that run, and it writes some additional outputs that then you can use those outputs and other utilities as part of that PEST suite of software to then, do formal uncertainty analysis based on the quality of that particular calibration run. Did I answer your question?
And maybe this is not possible, but let me ask it this way. I mean, in terms of like days, are we talking, or person hours or something in that range? Can you give just a general estimate of what that would require?
Yeah, not long, because the calibration, usually the harder part of this is typically the calibration piece, right? So that's ostensibly been done. And so usually these are more sort of post-processing steps to do the uncertainty based on the quality of that calibration.
Thank you. That's helpful. And since we're talking about calibration, I'm going to try this question. My understanding is that, well, you raised concerns in your testimony, where is it, about the calibration. I believe it's paragraph 9. Based on your concerns about the calibration results, does that affect do you have an opinion about the reliability of the model calibration outputs in the FEIR? And my understanding it's Appendix 8A. We can go there if we need to, but you may recall, Dr. Mel. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I would object that this calls for speculation because this error in the calibration files is based on his understanding of a date, and I'm sorry, of the dates and also that one slide. And as I asked him before, he said he didn't know, as he sits here today, whether or not the calibration was completed or if there was an actual error.
Well, there was an actual error.
Speculation.
Well,
okay,
there is an actual error, right? I mean, it's in the file. There's an error, right? It says so, right? So it's unclear to me if this is the right calibration, right? Because it's got an error in it.
I see. And by right calibration, you mean that there may be a different model file?
Exactly, right? And then the fact that the dates were different, I know that's not conclusive per se, but there's other sort of lines of evidence that make me think that this might not be the right set. Rather than spend a lot of billable hours trying to figure this out, just sort of pump the brakes and honestly, what I don't know if I can say this, but the request that you made to have the workflow and whatever, that was super helpful. So we could have more transparency and see how these things were being post-processed. If we could do the same thing on the calibration piece, that'd be great. So then we can see exactly how these the workflow and how these files are tied together.
Okay, I think I understand. Thank you, Dr. Mel. I think I understand that response. So my understanding of your testimony, Dr. Mel, was that I don't have a quote in front of me, but you are suggesting that DWR ought to have conducted an uncertainty analysis for stream leakage. Is that accurate so far?
Yes.
And would you make a similar suggestion with respect to results for simulated groundwater levels?
Yeah, absolutely. So if any of the main outputs from the model, you can then throw an uncertainty bound on that, right?
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. I'm going to turn, Ms. Morris, if you want to jump in, I think there's some efficiency here and, because I asked whatever questions I want to ask. I don't know if you want to follow up now before we go to redirect, but I will give you that option.
I'll wait.
Okay. Then with that, Mr. Ferguson, do you have redirect?
I do not. Thank you.
Right. Then Dr. Mel, thank you so much for joining us this morning and answering all of our questions and my questions as well. And you are excused. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
And Dr. Folia as well. I apologize. Thank you so much for your testimony and answering our questions. And you are excused. Then I will look to you, well, no, we have, hold on, I wrote it down. We have Mr. Young with Ms. Tabor. Is that right?
That is correct.
Excellent. So I will look to the team to please elevate Mr. Young. Good morning, Mr. Young. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Mr. Young, I recall that you previously testified in this proceeding. Do you recall taking the oath with respect to your testimony?
I do.
Wonderful. Then with that, I will hand this over to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Kelly Tabor on behalf of the Sacramento Area Sewer District. Good morning, Mr. Young.
Good morning.
Is Exhibit SASD 41 a true and correct copy or statement of your written rebuttal testimony for this proceeding?
It is.
Thank you. And are exhibits SASD 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, and 47 true and correct copies of the exhibits cited in your written testimony?
Yes.
Is exhibit SASD 48 a true and correct copy of the summary of your rebuttal testimony?
It is.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Woolridge. Would you please bring up exhibit SASD 48? Thank you. And Mr. Young, when you're ready, please feel free to present your summary of your testimony.
All right, thank you. Just to reintroduce myself, my name is Brian Young. I'm an environmental program manager for the Sacramento Area Sewer District, also known as Sac Sewer. I've been working for Sac Sewer for more than 30 years. I've been involved in many different capital improvement projects, as well as habitat enhancement and land stewardship initiatives. I've been involved with the Sac Sewer Harvest Water Program for about 10 years. I've been involved in securing the environmental permitting for the implementation of the Harvest Water Project, as well as ensuring permit compliance during our construction of the Harvest Water infrastructure. I've also been involved with the development and the implementation of the Harvest Water Eco Plan. The Eco Plan, that's our instrument or our framework that we have for implementing a number of different environmental commitments, implementing and monitoring and reporting on these commitments associated with the significant grant funding that we have for this project through the state of California. If I can get the next slide. All right, so as you mentioned, I did testify previously to the AHO, basically on the nature of the Harvest Water Program, as well as the conflicts between DCP and our Harvest Water Program, specifically the Harvest Water Eco Plan. Today, I'm here to provide rebuttal testimony to the rebuttal testimony of Ms. Rachel Gardner. In my estimation, that testimony fails to consider or account for several different important aspects of the Harvest Water Program. One of which is the Eco Plan Cat B eligibility restrictions in estimating sandhill crane habitat, but also the ecological importance of the habitat at the proposed Twin Cities complex location, given its location between the Cosumnes River Preserve and the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge. I also want to touch on what seems to be been missed in the testimony, or at least not considered, is that sandhill crane habitat enrollment requires significant landowner participation, as well as there's a significant amount of time and resources required to identify and secure high-value sandhill crane habitat for the program. So next slide, please. Yeah, I'm going to start with estimating sandhill crane habitat that complies with our Eco Plan Cat B eligibility restrictions. So our Cat B, when I say Cat B, I'm referring to our contract for the administration of public benefits. It's essentially our contract that documents the commitments that we made in receiving grant funding through the Proposition 1 California or Water Storage Investment Program. So under the Eco Plan Cat B, Sac Sewer has committed to providing 3,500 acres of sandhill crane habitat through our Harvest Water Program. That's through a combination of roosting and foraging habitat. But in order to qualify as part of that 3,500 acres, that habitat must meet the Cat B eligibility restrictions, and those restrictions are as follows. So the habitat has to be within our recycled water delivery area. So on the map on this slide, that's represented by the light blue area that's surrounded by that dashed green line. The habitat also cannot contain permanent development or permanent crops. So that would be permanent crops would be things like orchards and vineyards. The habitat also can't occur on pre-existing habitat that's formally managed for sandhill cranes. So that eliminates some of the areas within the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge, as well as the Cosumnes River Preserve. Any lands enrolled in the program going towards that 3,500 acres needs to be captured in agreements with willing landowners that to create and enhance sandhill crane habitat. The acres also must be any of the acres that are maintained as roosting or foraging habitat, excuse the typo there, not foresting habitat, but foraging habitat, they must occur within 3 miles of an existing or a documented sandhill crane roosting site. And lastly, the acreage can't be enrolled into another benefit category. So under our Cat Bs, we're doing more than just providing sandhill crane habitat. We're also protecting, preserving, or enhancing different types of habitats such as vernal complexes, wetlands, and riparian forests. So if we have property that's enrolled, say for wetland benefit, we can't double dip and also use it to qualify as sandhill crane habitat. So those are our 6 Cat B eligibility restrictions. But in addition to that, we also have to be cognizant of the ecological suitability of any acreage that we select for the program based on surrounding infrastructure and land uses. So I can get the next slide, please. So in the Gardner testimony, there's an estimate of suitable sandhill crane habitat within the eco plan area. That estimation does not seem to take into consideration the Cat B eligibility restrictions. Just to show you what I mean, the fact is that the vast majority of the land within our eco plan area is not going to qualify as sandhill crane or towards that 3,500 acres of crane habitat under the Cat B eligibility restrictions. So just to jump to the next slide real quick, it has a better graphic to explain that on. So this slide here, actually the dark black line, that shows the boundary of our eco plan area. That's almost 90,000 acres. But if you recall that first eligibility criteria, that says that it must happen within our delivery area. Again, the light blue on this map. That's less than a quarter of that entire eco plan area. And then when you start looking at where we have permanent crops, even most of that delivery area is not going to qualify under the eligibility criteria for sandhill crane. So if I can go back to the previous slide. Yes, thank you. So the fact of how that sandhill crane acreage is calculated, and it not seeming to account for that those eligibility restrictions, I think that creates a misleading and less than relevant situation to that estimate to the importance of the proposed Twin Cities complex site for habitat. But the testimony also suggests that Sac Sewer should revise the eco plan to avoid DCP impacts. So again, constrained by the pool of available habitat for sandhill crane, but also that seems to ignore that DCP was conceived after harvest water was approved, and that harvest water is actually is pretty far down the road right now as far as moving towards enrolling and serving the community with sandhill crane habitat. We already have the necessary water delivery pipelines and on-site connections to the property where we have where the Twin Cities complex is proposed. That's actually part of our entire transmission and distribution system. We have almost 42 miles of that transmission and distribution system already in the ground, and we've also made several of our connections to that distribution system to our on-farm connections, including the one on the Loretz property where the Twin Cities complex is proposed. We've been doing that through, or has been facilitated by the significant funding, grant funding for the program, $417 million of taxpayer funding through the state of California, but also $31 million in federal grants. So let's go to the next slide. I'm going to back to this one. This slide is another one that again illustrates the importance of that habitat, the ecological importance of the habitat at the Twin Cities complex. The Twin Cities complex is that largest red square, somewhat in the middle of the eco plan area and within the light blue area of the harvest water delivery area. And you can see that that location sits between two important and iconic wildlife areas in the state of California. To the west side of our delivery area, and shaded in green, is the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge. And then to the south or bottom of this photo and right or east of the Cosumnes River is the Cosumnes River Preserve. So two incredible wildlife areas with amazing biodiversity, which is only bolstered by the connectivity between the two of them. That connectivity is impacted by compromising that open space with a facility like the Twin Cities complex. And that impairs the connectivity for many different species, including avifauna, including, of course, sandhill crane. Next slide, please. Okay, so to talk about this Cat B requirement, enrollment requirement, so even if a property meets all of the geographical and ecological components of those eligibility criteria, it still also requires an agreement to be put in place with a willing landowner, where the landowner agrees to manage a portion of their property in a manner that's conducive to sandhill crane foraging or roosting habitat. This is, potentially or possibly one of the more arduous components to getting folks signed up for this program. So for years, Sac Sewer has been negotiating with the owner of the site, the Twin Cities complex site. That's Mr. Frank Loretz. In trying to get this property secured for sandhill crane habitat, and we've made significant progress on that. Last year in 2025, Mr. Loretz signed actually 2 agreements from Sac Sewer. One of those being a harvest water recycled water use agreement, a 20-year agreement saying that he will take water from our program, and then also a master service agreement for participation in our eco plan. And if I can get to the next slide, please. So yeah, the time we spent with Mr. Loretz trying to get him incorporated and a partner in the program, that's part and parcel of the significant time and resources of identifying and securing high value sandhill crane habitat for the whole program. This effort of identifying sandhill crane habitat that goes back to about 2017 when we first started to conceptualize the eco plan and start negotiating with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife on the development of the Cat Bs. But very early on in the process, we identified the Loretz property as being highly suitable for incorporation into the program. This is a large area of contiguous parcels, all managed by a single owner, all managed in a manner or in a crop that is compatible with enhancement for sandhill crane habitat. And then, of course, it lying between the two preserves, the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge and the Cosumnes River Preserve. Those are things that drove us to start negotiating with Mr. Loretz right away to get this incorporated into our program. We realized that without this particular parcel that we're not likely to enroll an alternate parcel with as many attributes to the program. So get the next slide. So this conflict at the proposed Twin Cities complex and our plans for it with the eco plan shouldn't be of anything new. to DWR. We made this conflict known to DWR back in December of 2022 through our comments to the draft EIR for the DCP, and then followed up with a meeting with DWR in November of 2023 prior to DWR approving the DCP. That time, Sac Sewer urged DWR to defer EIR certification to resolve the harvest water conflicts, but DWR proceeded to approve the DCP in December of 2023 with no changes to avoid the conflicts. Next slide, please. So that conflict with the Harvest Water Program, this is also something that's been recognized by the Delta Stewardship Council. When the certification of consistency was brought forth to the Delta Stewardship Council in hearings, following the hearings, the Delta Stewardship Council actually remanded the DCP certification of consistency, in part due to the conflicts with harvest water. In that decision, they note that the record indicates that DWR did not thoroughly review or fully comprehend DCP siting conflicts with Sac Sewer's harvest water, including the critical dependence of program funding on location-specific habitat improvements, the extent of recycled water irrigation areas, and the impact that reducing these areas would have on the groundwater sustainability plans for the South American and Cosumnes groundwater subbasin, which were approved by the department in July of 2023 under SGMA. It goes on to say that DW asserts its understanding that harvest water collaborates with willing landowners and that Sac Sewer may utilize any remaining acres. However, this presupposes an overlap of suitable roosting and foraging habitats that can be monetized at the same value for sandhill crane habitat as the Twin Cities complex parcels, and also requires those parcels to be owned by cooperative landowners. Next slide, please. Here, I just want to recap and just note that the eligibility restrictions on the total acreage of suitable habitat and the failure to consider them is misleading and irrelevant as to the importance of the proposed Twin Cities complex site as Ecoplan Cat B habitat. The Twin Cities complex location between the Cosumnes River Preserve and the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge is of special importance to its suitability as habitat, including for sandhill crane. The Ecoplan may only enroll sandhill crane if landowners are willing to participate. Sac Sewer has invested significant time and resources in identifying and negotiating the enrollment of the Loretz property. Sac Sewer has informed DWR of harvest water conflicts with the Sac Sewer informed DWR of harvest water conflicts with the DCP prior to DWR's certification of the EIR. And lastly, echoing some of the Sac Sewer's concerns throughout this process, the Delta Stewardship Council remanded the DCP certification of consistency due to conflicts between the siting of the Twin Cities complex and harvest water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. With that, it looks like Ms. Morris, do you have questions for Mr. Young?
I do. Good morning, Mr. Young. Nice to see you again.
Good morning, likewise.
I want to focus on your testimony. I want to explore this a little bit on page 2, paragraph 4 on line 9 and 10. You state that most land within Harvest Water's Ecoplan area or recycled water delivery area is not currently eligible for enrollment as sandhill crane habitat. So I want to explore that a little bit with you. Are you aware whether Harvest Water submitted ecosystem benefit materials to the state in support of WISIP funding?
Repeat that last part.
Are you aware whether Harvest Water submitted ecosystem benefit materials to the state in support of seeking WISIP funding?
I'm not sure.
If we could pull up what's been marked as DWR 940. Have you seen this? This was cited in Ms. Gardner's testimony that you're rebutting. Have you seen this letter from CDFW regarding relative environmental value of water storage investment programs, program projects and department findings?
Objection. Mrs. Morris's question related to whether Mr. Young was aware if Harvest Water had submitted information about ecosystem benefits to.
I'm getting there. I have to lay a foundation first of what the document is.
Please, Mr. Young.
Yes, if this is something I've reviewed in the past, it's not something that I recollected at present.
And if we can scroll down to PDF page 4. Have you seen this, and is this information that was submitted to Department of Fish and Wildlife for their review regarding the Harvest Water Project?
Is there a particular?
Sure, I can get there.
I'm looking for.
We can go to page, if we could go to page 11. And if we could, I'm focusing in on the language on the top where it says viable crane foraging habitat occurs in the PDA. Do you see that?
I see that.
And do you see that it says the application does not specify the locations of water application and foraging area? Rather, the project justifies habitat improvement goals and processes by describing an abundance of appropriate agricultural areas that could be targeted in the PDA?
I see that written here.
And was that information that was provided by Sac Sewer regarding the project in its pursuit of WISIP funding?
I'm not sure. I wasn't involved in that.
Okay. Mr. Young, do you know who Karen, and I might say this name wrong, Nanahalo is? Nenahlo?
I do.
Okay. How would I appropriately pronounce that?
As far as I know, you pronounced it perfectly.
Oh, okay. That's a first for me. If we could pull up what has been marked and provided in the FTP site under DWR as DWR 1173, and this is a new exhibit. So we can pause or until it gets moved over at Ms. Taylor's preference.
Thank you. Let me check and make sure it's been moved over. Unless Ms. Tabor, you tell me it's there. It's a race to confirm.
Well, I have not looked. It's weak eyesight. I'm struggling. I'm like trying to.
Well, we'll blow
maybe
this up
we could
too.
enlarge it a little bit.
And I would just represent that this is in response to a Public Records Act request that DWR had submitted earlier this year. And if you scroll to the bottom of the page, you can see SASD, R, PWR, and then there's a bait stamp if we scroll to the bottom of this first page. So this was information provided pursuant to a Public Records Act request.
Would you like Mr. Woldridge to scroll to the bottom?
Oh, sure. Yes.
We can. And I will. Sure. Thank you. There it is. This has been copied over. It's DWR, if I have it right. Now I'm going to get it wrong. Give me the number again, please, Ms. Morris.
Oh, 1173. Sorry.
1173. It has been copied over to the FTP site, so it should be available to everyone.
Okay. So, Mr. Woldridge, if we could go back up to that first page. So, are you familiar with this document, Mr. Young?
I'm not familiar with this email. I recently, the map recently was brought to my attention.
Okay.
I wasn't familiar with it previously.
Okay. And if we look at this bullet points, this the bullet points from Ms. Nanahalo. Well, actually, can you describe, is Ms. Nanahalo a consultant on this project?
She is not currently that I know of. She was part of the Freshwater Trust at the time of this email, and Freshwater Trust is a consultant to the Harvest Water Program for Sac Sewer.
Okay, and would you agree that this email was a ArcGIS file for proposed crane habitat within the Harvest Water recycled water delivery area? Do you see that on the first sentence?
I'm going to just go ahead and read through everything if you want to give me a moment.
Sure.
Okay, and the question once again?
Sure. I was just directing you. So do you see on that first sentence that this was to identify proposed crane habitat within the Harvest Water project delivery area?
I see that's what it says.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not exactly sure the context of that.
Okay. Well, if we read it, it says it's a follow-up to the 512 meeting, and it's attaching a PDF map, correct?
I see both those, yes.
Okay. And would you also agree that it sets forth, if we look at the second bullet and sub-bullets, that it says areas identified as not suitable for crane forage were removed, and then it lists several sub-bullets, correct?
I see that, yes.
And then on the third bullet, it says any areas that did not fall into one of the categories above were considered as having potential to be managed as crane habitat, correct?
I see that, yes.
And then if we could scroll down to the second page of this that has the map where we can see the legend. And do you see in the green areas that the at least in 2022, Harvest Water's consultant was identifying approximately 15,582 acres throughout the project water delivery area as having potential for crane habitat management, correct?
I see that's what this map says, yes.
And if we could take this down. Mr. Young, are you aware whether Harvest Water informed the board of directors for Sac Sewer in a September 2025 presentation that there were approximately 12,000 acres of crane eligible land within the recycled water delivery area?
I'm not aware of that statement.
If we could pull up what's been marked as DWR 1175, please. Who is Joe Phil Borgia?
Joe Phil is the manager of our legislative and regulatory affairs department with Sac Sewer.
And this is a presentation that I pulled down that was provided to the board. Are you familiar with this presentation?
Not intimately. I know that we do quarterly presentations to our board on the status of the Harvest Water Program, and this appears to be one of them.
And would you agree that it's from September 10th, 2025?
Yes, that appears to be the case.
And if we could go to PDF page 6, slide 6. Would you agree that this presentation to the board identified 20,000 acres eligible lands within the recycled water delivery area for crane eligible lands?
Objection, misstates the exhibit.
Do you see the slide, the subject says EcoPlan crane eligible areas land in recycled water delivery area? Do you see that, Mr. Young?
I see that, yes.
And then it appears that it says 12,000 acres are eligible lands within the recycled water delivery area, correct?
Yeah, that's not what you had previously, the number you had previously stated, but I see where it says 12,000 acres of eligible lands within the recycled water delivery area.
And it also identifies 100 different landowners that are noted in the colors, correct?
Correct.
And it also says that you only need a subset to fulfill the EcoPlan requirements, correct?
That is correct.
And we could take this down. Thank you, Mr. Wooldridge. I want to go to page 4 of your testimony on lines. Oh, we'll wait till it gets up. Too many numbers at one time. Okay, and I'm looking at page 4, lines 10 through 12. You state here, fourth, Ms. Gardner's rebuttal testimony ignores that it takes a significant amount of time and resources for Sac Sewer to identify high-value sandhill crane habitat that meets the 6 EcoPlan CAPB criteria, right? Or CAPB, I think you're calling it.
Yes.
Are you aware that DWR requested the information to support that statement?
I'm aware that that the DWR has a request in for documentations on a couple of different subjects. I don't have that specific language here in front of me.
So did you work with Ms. Tabor or others to provide a GIS file in response to this Public Records Act request that was made by DWR?
I'm trying to think of there are several folks that contributed to the information subject to the PRA, and if there was a GIS file that I provided, I can't recall what that GIS file is.
Okay. Did you provide any additional information in response to DWR's request to support that statement?
Which request? Maybe you can pull up the actual PRA.
I can in a minute, but I can tell you what it read. It read, DWR requests any documents, information, data, or mapping that shows land that could qualify or be eligible for enrollment as sandhill crane habitat under Sac Sewer's Prop 1 Water Storage Investment Program contract for administration of the Public Ecosystem Benefits Harvest Water Program.
I did provide some documents in correspondence relative to that subject to council.
Okay. The only document that we received in response to that request was a GIS file. So if there are other documents supporting that statement, we don't have access to them at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure that, I mean, some of those would be characterized as privilege because they're correspondence with our
Okay.
council on this.
Well, I'll follow up with Ms. Tabor, but I'm I'm not sure that I can I can finish asking about the GIS file, but that's the only document that we received. So if we could pull up DWR 1174. And is it possible to make this a little bit bigger without losing, so that folks can see the legend and maybe yeah, that should work for now. In response to the document that we received on June 16th of this year, a GIS file in response to the request that we just read, a GIS file was provided, and I will represent that I had our GIS specialist make this map or this pull up this data, and that if you see on the bottom where it says PRA 6-1626, it's the reddish, pinkish hatched, whatever color. What color do you want to call it, Mr. Young?
We'll call that light red. How about that?
Okay, I like it. Light red hatched area. So I had this prepared, and it shows on this that of the area within the water delivery area, which is outlined in yellow, there's 10,672 acres. Does that sound accurate to you?
That sounds, yeah, that sounds accurate. Well, actually, let me say, what is that 10,000 acres describing?
It should be suitable crane habitat that meets the criteria based on the PRA request. That's
Objection.
a GIS map. That's all I know.
Let's back up a little bit. Ms. Morris, can you just back me up in what you're trying to verify and find out?
That the GIS map that was provided in response about the identifying sandhill crane habitat is, in his understanding, accurately shown from the GIS file that we mapped and shown here.
An objection. Mr. Young didn't create the GIS file. He doesn't have any information about it. We have no information about how this exhibit was created. I don't see how it's possible for him to make any meaningful responses to questions about this exhibit.
Yeah, well, I want to explore Mr. Young, whether, and maybe you should do this, Ms. Morris, to explore Mr. Young's familiarity with the GIS, the underlying GIS file.
Well, let's do it this way. Mr. Young, you state in your testimony that it takes a significant amount of time and resources for Sac Sewer to identify high-value sandhill crane habitat. With your involvement in the project, are you aware of how that habitat was identified?
I mean, this was work that was performed by our consultants, environmental consultants, and various experts. Again, dating back, nearly 10 years, probably as far back as 2017. But as far as exactly how they do it, I know that it's a GIS based process, and that they are, looking at suitable crop types and looking at land use, looking at satellite photos, and then a considerable amount of boots on the ground, talking with landowners and farmers in the area to make those assessments.
So in your experience, have you looked at similar maps of suitable sandhill crane habitat within the project, the harvest water delivery area?
So I have not seen this map before, and I'm not sure if that's something that, if that's because it's what your folks created. So I'm not familiar with this particular map.
But my question wasn't about this map. My question was, have you seen similar maps showing what you believe is the Sac Sewers area, Sac Sewers information on GIS showing suitable sandhill crane habitat?
I've seen the map that you included within the board report, showing the different colors with of different crop types and different landowners. I've seen that before, but I mean, I understand what these maps are getting at, and I'm just not sure I know what your ultimate question is here. If it's like
if my GIS person accurately took the GIS information that was provided in the PRA request that we just discussed and mapped it in the light red areas, would you have any reason to doubt that it wasn't accurate?
Objection. There's been no foundation as to what specific information was in those GIS files to indicate if it reflected all of the criteria under the contract for administration of public benefits. There's just no foundation for any of these questions or assumptions that Ms. Morris is making.
Well, I think my understanding is Mr. Young provided the GIS. So Mr. Young, do you have an understanding of what was contained in the GIS files that you provided?
I didn't provide the GIS files.
Okay.
That was not something I provided.
So are you familiar with the GIS files? What is your relationship to the GIS files?
My only knowledge of this GIS file is that I know it was submitted, or it was, by someone within our program had the files, and it was produced as part of the PRA. I was asked if I could open these files. I couldn't, so I didn't go any further. As far as I consulted with our folks, and they told me they could put something together, but we didn't actually put anything together. So I think we just provided everything that we had, and then looks like you guys put it together.
So
Ms.
I will
Morris,
represent to you that I couldn't open it, but I am reading an email from Miss Moskal, which Miss Tabor is CC'd on, and I can move it into the record, that says Sac Sewer has identified the attached files, which the only one was a GIS file that I couldn't open, but I had to have mapped. This was provided on Tuesday at 3:24 p.m. It says the attached files as responsive to the third category of documents in your request. Some context may be helpful in your review. The attached zip files contains data identifying the acreage that could be eligible for enrollment, provided that 1, the landowner enters an agreement to that effect, 2, it is confirmed to be within 3 miles of a documented roost site, and 3, it is not enrolled under another program benefit. No acreage are. Yep.
Well, let's pause there. I mean, I think this is the wrong witness to be asking these questions of.
But this is the only.
There may not be a correct but he doesn't, you can ask him. He may not know the answers if he's not familiar with the file. I don't understand how I think Ms. Tabor's objection is accurate. How can he look at a mapping of a file when he's not familiar with it?
Let me ask this, Mr. Young. There's been several things we've just walked through that have different acreages for eligible sandhill crane habitat. What is the number of acreage within the harvest water recycled delivery area that could be eligible for sandhill crane habitat?
That could be. Is that
Yes, that could be.
Yeah, I mean, objection is too vague as to could be. I mean, there are 6 contract for administration of public benefits criteria. Do you mean to include all of those, Ms. Morris? Because our PRA response made it clear that the information we were giving you showed lands that could be if all 6 criteria were met. It didn't represent that all 6 criteria were met in the files that you were provided.
That's not what it says, and I said could be. And I understand that there has to be willing landowners and there may be other caveats. And now, Mr. Young, do you have an answer to my question?
Again, the could be part is still throwing me, because if I look at the lands that are eligible based on all six criteria, you know, the answer is, I mean, given that criteria that the lands need to be enrolled with in an agreement with a willing landowner to put that property in there, we don't have that yet. So then without that, we don't have any lands at this point, save for a couple of our master services agreements that we have started down that road. But that without that one, so then which of those other criteria do we eliminate to get to what that potential is?
Let's eliminate willing landowner, because
Just willing landowners. So then I mean, again, this probably leading you down a primrose path, because I don't know that number with all 5 of the other categories contemplated. As far as vetting this map here, it's something I haven't done but could do. Depending on just the knowledge of how it was created, when it was created, how is it reflective of the most current status of anything that's been taken out of permanent crop or added into permanent crop.
Let's leave this map up. I'm going to ask you, let's leave this map up. But in your testimony, you say most land within the Harvest Water Ecosystem Plan area or recycled water delivery area is not currently eligible for enrollment as sandhill crane habitat under SAC Sewers Proposition 1 WISIP program, Contract for Administration of Public Ecosystem Benefits. When you say that, is that based on the fact that you just mentioned you have to have a willing landowner and you only have a few of those at this point in time?
That's one element of it. There's also the fact of how many of these properties that we've connected to our system where we have on-farm connection. And then there's also just the size of our water delivery area and the amount of permanent crop that would exclude it.
But you can see here that it shows the yellow is the harvest water recycled delivery area, right?
Uh-huh.
So within that area, this is already limited based on that outline, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And something interesting in this is if we could scroll in, do you see where it says Twin Cities Complex Footprint? And I know you're really familiar with the area because we were out there with you, but can you identify that along? And Mr. Wooldridge, if we could zoom in towards the bottom middle, so where it says Dearson Road and perfect. Can you, whoops, there we go. A little much, there we go. Do you see, Mr. Young, right between like where it says Dearson Road and Franklin Boulevards, down from there, there's the white and black sort of checked line shows the Twin Cities complex?
Yes.
And do you see that based on the GIS data that was provided to the PRA under the PRA request that there's a section of that footprint that, at least according to that GIS file, was not deemed suitable for sandhill crane habitat that's shown in the blue squares, but no red hatching?
You describe that location of that again?
So you see where it says Dearson Road?
Yeah.
Just go to the right. And you see that the hatching, there's 2 squares in the middle that are not hatched.
Yeah, so north of Dearson Road, yes.
Yeah. Do you know why those would not be considered suitable foraging habitat for sandhill cranes based on the GIS data provided
Objection, this exhibit shows those sites as being suitable foraging habitat. You said not suitable.
Ms. Tabor, I just described and the witness agreed that there's two squares, if you follow Dearson Road, that are not in pink line hatched. They are not hatched.
Okay, but your question said they're suitable foraging habitat, so.
Not suitable, I believe.
Well, Ms. Morris, we're looking at the blue. So the blue
Yes.
in the key says suitable foraging habitat, which I think is the source of the confusion, which I understand there's an overlay here.
But the part of, I can re-ask the question.
Okay.
The PRA GIS that was provided on Tuesday of this week has no hatching in a certain portion of the Twin Cities footprint, correct?
Objection, again, this exhibit was created by DWR apparently, or a consultant, not there. This is not Sac Sewer's PRA response exhibit. So there's just no foundation for these questions.
There was no exhibit provided. It was GIS files that are unreadable without mapping.
And I think all we've gotten so far is, Mr. Young, do you see this? Do you see the squares? Which I think he can answer to, and then we'll see where you go with that, Ms. Morris.
I do see the squares.
Do you have any knowledge as to why those would not be considered as suitable habitat based on the Sac Sewer GIS data that was provided?
Again, he's not familiar with the GIS data, so I don't know. This calls for speculation.
Overruled. I think we're just orienting ourselves with the maps, and if Mr. Young has any knowledge, which I don't know as a financer, if that's the case.
Maybe you can explain to me again the light red hatching and how is that a layer that was provided, or is that a layer that was created by DWR?
That was a layer in a GIS file that was provided by Sac Sewer in response to the PRA that we discussed earlier.
Okay, and so of all the GIS layers that were provided, that's one of them, as was then the one that just shows the polygons that are in light blue.
The light blue is DWR, suitable foraging, a determination of suitable foraging habitat, which I'm not asking you.
I got you. So this isn't just
correct. It has other layers
that were provided. So I'm sorry. This map. The one layer is the light red hatching is what we provided. Was the rest of this, the rest of these determined by DWR?
No, we received information, I think through previous requests, about the GIS information for the harvest water area. And then we did add the Twin Cities complex. And then the data for permanent roost sites and temporary roost sites, I believe, are similar on information that you provided. But the citations are back to Dr. Ivy's determination and the data presented by Dr. Ivy.
Objection. Again,
I'm not asking you about this. I'm asking you about if you, as you are sitting here today, have any understanding of why the light red hatched area provided by Sac Sewer would not include those two blue squares that are within the Twin Cities complex. And if you don't know, that's fine. I'm just asking if you know.
I don't know for certain. It would be, I could speculate as to potential reasons why, but I don't know for certain why those are have been excluded.
We can take this down. in your testimony, you say that Ms. Gardner's rebuttal testimony suggests Sac Sewer should revise eco plan to avoid DCP impact, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a citation to Ms. Gardner's testimony where she allegedly suggests this, or is that just your interpretation of her testimony?
That's just my interpretation.
And I want to explore another topic with you. If we could go back to your testimony, SASD 41, paragraph 10, page 5. You state that you informed DWR that Sac Sewer had selected Mr. Lorette's property as high-value crane habitat, correct?
Are you quoting a specific part here in my testimony?
On line 8, Sac Sewer selected Mr. Lorette's property as high value for Sandhill Crane several years ago and informed DWR of the specific conflict, correct?
Correct.
And then you cite to comments from the EIR below. Where in that lines 11 through 16, where does it state that that property is high value crane habitat?
So it's inferred by the location of the reused tunnel material, is, you know, that is the location of it. Coincides with the location of Mr. Lorette's property.
But where does it say high value Sandhill Crane?
Objection, that's misstates his testimony. His testimony says Sac Sewer informed DWR of this specific conflict between the Twin Cities Complex and Eco Plan. It doesn't say that Sac Sewer informed DWR that the Lorette's property was high value Sandhill Crane habitat.
Is that what you intended, Mr. Young?
My intent was to demonstrate that there is a conflict between us incorporating the Lorette's property for the Sandhill Crane benefit versus the proposed use of the site for the Twin Cities complex.
And that was in the end of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And then you say on line 17 that you again raised concerns in November of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and can we please pull up what you marked as SASD 43? And you refer to this as a contract between Sac Area Sewer and Mr. Lorette's, correct?
This is a master services agreement for participation within our Harvest Water Eco Plan.
And looking at the first page, it says this master service agreement is made and entered into on, and there's no date, correct?
That's correct.
And if we could scroll to page 8 or jump to page 8. And this is signed by Mr. Loretz in July of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
And today is June 18th, 2026, and this is not a fully executed copy, correct?
That is correct.
Do you have a fully executed copy?
We do not have a fully executed copy of this agreement. We're continuing to negotiate a scope of work for to go along with this contract.
And would you agree that Mr. Loretz did not sign this agreement, and in fact, it's not fully executed, when you informed DWR of a potential conflict, as you have characterized it, in 2022 and 2023?
I would agree to that.
And if we go to page 2 of this document, would you, and we look at 2A services, would you agree that the landowner will provide services that would be contained in each scope of work according to this agreement?
Repeat the question or the stipulation again.
That the services that the landowner is going to provide is supposed to be outlined in a scope of work, correct?
Correct.
And there is currently no scope of work attached to this contract that you have provided, correct?
That is correct.
And if we look at the term of this contract just up above, would you agree that the landowner can terminate this agreement for convenience upon 30 days of notice to the other party? C2, Romanet 2.
Yep. Yes, that is the standard template.
And so, would you agree that even if this agreement were effective and fully executed, that Mr. Loretz could terminate this contract upon 30 days notice to Sac Sewer?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
To the extent you know.
And based on just on your understanding, Mr. Young.
Yes, just based on my read of the contract language.
So as we sit here today, Mr. Loretz's property, which also overlaps the Twin Cities complex, is not currently obligated through a master service agreement to provide services for sandhill crane habitat or anything, correct?
Objection vague as to anything.
I'll strike the anything part.
So repeat it without the anything.
As we sit here today, Mr. Loretz's property, which also overlaps with the Twin Cities complex, is not currently obligated through a master services agreement to provide services for the Eco Plan program, correct?
It's correct that is not, per this master services agreement, he's not obligated to provide those services.
I don't have any further questions for this witness at this time. Thank you, Mr. Young, for, oh wait, I'm sorry, I do have one question. I am very confused by the information that we received, and you criticized Ms. Gardner for her acreages, and then we see several different representations by Sac Sewer that we walked through about the numbers of acreage that are available for suitable crane habitat. Since you do not appear to be the person who can answer my questions, who is the person who can answer the questions? And because I right now, as I sit here today, I don't know what you believe is suitable crane habitat, other than what you've said on the slides and that we went through, and the previous map showing the 15,000 acres.
So, Ms. Morris, that was a wild question. Are you asking Mr. Young about who has knowledge about the GIS file?
Well, the GIS files are not the issue. The issue is that there's criteria that are incorporated in the GIS files. And I have one email that explains it. And I've tried to probe with this witness about his understanding, and apparently he's not the right witness. So who is making the determination, and where can I find the criteria? Who can I ask about the criteria used to create the GIS files?
That's for you, Mr. Young, I think.
Okay, so the question is, who can provide the information to create or that was used to create the file submitted to through the PRA? And my presumption that's going to be that those were created by our consultant, and they would have that information. I think what we would need to know, or what I would need to know specifically, is which criteria. Is it criteria 1, criteria 1 and 2, 3, 4? I mean, where do we which ones do we qualify?
So I would make a PRA request again. I think this is the third time trying to get this information to Ms. Tabor for what was used to create the GIS file and which criteria were considered in determining in that GIS file what was suitable. Because what I have is crane habitat eligibility files with an update from October 16th, 2024, but I don't have any other information other than that. And apparently no one can answer the questions that's been here.
Well, you're in a response to a Public Records Act request, the requirement is to provide records, not to create new information or answer questions about records. So you've asked Mr. Young about his familiarity with the files that were provided, and we provided you those files, and we went above and beyond the requirements of the response to help provide some context about the files that were provided. But we can't, without a witness, we can't provide additional information to answer your questions about information you're seeking. We can provide records that are responsive, and we did provide the files that existed in everything that was responsive to the request in SAC-SUR's possession.
Well, the criteria has to be in a record held by the consultant, and we can't call a witness if we don't know who created the records. And Mr. Young appears to be relying on that. He makes several statements about the time and resources to identify high-value sandhill crane, about there's no evidence for alternative habitat. I don't know how I can rely on how this testimony is helpful.
Why don't we deal with this on redirect, Ms. Kinsey?
Let me cut this off. It sounds like the two of you can have a conversation under the Public Records Act, which isn't directly implicated in this proceeding, and that you can have that conversation and go from there.
Thank you.
And if there is an issue in this proceeding, you can file something appropriate. Ms. Morris, was that your last question? Thank you. I don't think I have questions. So with that, I will look to you, Ms. Tabor. Do you want to do redirect now, or do you want to take a lunch break?
Yes, please. I have only a few questions, I think.
Please.
So let's try to knock it out. Mr. Young, when you say that it takes SAC-SUR has invested a significant amount of time and resources into identifying eligible crane habitat, based on your experience and knowledge, what sorts of activities or efforts are included in that investigation?
I think I might have covered this earlier, but it's it's going out to see what's on the ground, what what are the crops being grown. It's connecting with landowners. It's looking through records of where there's existing sandhill crane roosting habitat. So it's essentially a combination of looking at aerial maps and then going out and ground truthing with what's out there now.
Okay, and when you in describing the scope of work or discussing the scope of work for the master services agreement with Mr. Loretz, can you describe what are some of the types of issues that a scope of work to a master services agreement with a property owner like Mr. Loretz would need to include?
Objection outside the scope. I just asked if he understood that they weren't included. I didn't ask about the content.
I'm going to allow the question. I would like to understand. So please, Mr. Young.
Okay, so repeat one more time, please, Ms. Tabor.
Can you describe some of the factors that need to be addressed in a scope of work, such as the scope of work that is currently being negotiated for the Loretz property for the master services agreement?
Sure. And what we're working on with Mr. Loretz is the amount of acreage that will be put into the program, the number of years that he chooses to commit to the program, and then the type of habitat or actions that he'll support. In this case, what we're looking at is sandhill crane foraging habitat. So then it's agreement of how often they'll provide water during the sandhill crane portions of the year, September through March, and nailing down those types of actions that he or his tenant will commit to.
And when you mention actions he or his tenant will commit to, is how the proposed crane habitat creation and use interacts with the property owner or tenant's use of the property a consideration?
Objection outside the scope.
I'll allow the question. Please, Mr. Young.
One more time, Ms. Tabor.
Is one of the factor, I'll try to rephrase it, is one of the factors that have to be considered in negotiating a scope of work, how to coordinate the crane habitat establishment and maintenance with the property owners or his tenant's use of the property?
I'm still not sure I totally understand the question, but is it how to drive the compatibility with the current operation on
Sure.
the property?
Is that a consideration?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a consideration, for whomever we're going to try and get to enroll. We're looking for ways that we can do this in conjunction with their current operations.
Okay. And referring back to the exhibit, I believe, cross-examination exhibit that Ms. Morris introduced, I believe she numbered it DWR 1175, which was a September 10th, 2025 harvest water presentation to the SAC Sewer Board of Directors. Do you recall that PowerPoint presentation?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, I'm discussing that with her. That identified crane eligible lands with different colors of shading in that exhibit. Do you recall that? I
do recall that.
Okay. To your knowledge, based on your familiarity with the harvest water program, did all the colored lands shown in that exhibit reflect properties that could satisfy all 6 of the contract for administration of public benefit requirements?
Once again, it's the could question, and that map and that particular slide talked about, again, could be eligible. I would stipulate that yes, everything that was colored could be eligible, but again, there's components that might have to be met in order for those to become eligible, and I wouldn't know exactly what that current status is, but whether or not they've agreed to take recycled water to their farm would be one, not insurmountable, but if you don't have, if you haven't signed up for a harvest water recycled water, or harvest water recycled water use agreement, then you're not going to have that point of connection. And then, you know, it's not impossible to get that type of program or that type of property put into the program, but it's not ready to go. So it would be difficult to take parcels like that and get them enrolled into the program.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. Ms. Morris, do you have follow-up?
I don't.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Young, thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you so much for your time and your testimony, and you are excused.
Thank you.
It is 12:02, so it's a natural time for a lunch break. Just to confirm, it looks like we have Lupe Rodriguez up next with and Mr. Salter together. Is that right?
That is correct. And Ms. Chester
With
will
Ms. Chester.
be here.
Excellent. So that's where we will pick up after lunch. I will see you. Let's go ahead and take our full lunch break. I'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Then I will, as I understand, no, I already had it up. We are looking for Ms. Chester, who probably needs to be elevated. If we can please elevate Ms. Chester. Good afternoon, Ms. Chester. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Michelle Chester with Selbeck, Simmons & Dunn, appearing on behalf of Sacramento County. I just wanted to clarify one thing before we went on break. I will be presenting Mr. Lupe Rodriguez and Mr. Charles Salter, but they will not be appearing as a panel.
Okay. Thank you. And I see we have Mr. Rodriguez in the attendee room, if you will. If we could please elevate Mr. Rodriguez. Good afternoon, Mr. Rodriguez. You are welcome to turn on your camera and come off mute.
There we go. Good afternoon.
I can hear you. And Mr. Rodriguez, my understanding is that you previously testified in this proceeding. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this hearing?
Yes, I do.
All right. Then with that, I will turn things over to you, Ms. Chester.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, is Sacramento County 33 or SACO 033 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this rebuttal portion of the proceeding?
Yes.
Does your written testimony cite to any exhibits that were submitted as part of the rebuttal portion of this proceeding?
Yes, exhibit Sacramento County 34.
Is exhibit Sacramento County 35 or SACO-035 a true and correct copy of your summary presentation?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to exhibit Sacramento County 35?
Yes, just a few minor reference numbers that I need to correct. I think as we go through that. When
Yes,
I reference, go ahead.
Please. I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to direct you to slides 13 and 14. Is that where the corrections need to be made?
Right.
And for the HO's convenience, we're happy to resubmit a copy of that that presentation. It is just correcting DWR-0007 to DWR-00037 on slides 13 and 14. Is that correct, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, and also slide 8 has a similar reference that's included. So.
Mr. Wooldridge, could you please bring up SACO 35 for Mr. Rodriguez? Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, would you please summarize your testimony as set forth in this exhibit 35?
Yes, so again, my name is Lupe Rodriguez, and I'm the Chief of our Maintenance and Operations Division with the Sacramento County Department of Transportation. And like I said, I oversee all of the maintenance and operations in the division. I've been with the county for over 33 years, kind of doing different things during my time, but more recently, like I said, it's dealing with the maintenance and operations of our roadways in the Sacramento County. Next slide, please. So, just to summarize my items, I'm going to refer to Mrs. Bushholtz, and I'm thinking I'm pronouncing it correct. Her testimony in DWR 00037. And so I'm going to go ahead and read a few parts of it and then kind of have my comments on it. So you'll let me do that. So on DWR 00037, page 2, lines 2 to 7, Ms. Bushholtz mentions that in order to clarify which roads can be used for construction traffic and which cannot, I had the figure shown in DWR-00039 prepared to show these roadways graphically. This figure shows new all roads, wide roads, and roads that will have pavement overlays pre-construction, during, and post-construction because of the insufficient existing pavement conditions. So as she says, there's roadways that are just going to be widened in the beginning. Some are going to have mid overlay and then overlays at the end. So there's a variety of things going on here. But the problem that I see is that the figure provided in DWR 0039 only shows a few specific roadways that are within the project site and that are proposed to be improved. The figure does not indicate the frequency of improvements or maintenance plan associated with it, because such long years of this project, there's going to have to be some maintenance work in between just widening a roadway to begin with. A mid-project overlay and an end overlay is not going to be sufficient for some of these types of roadways that we have out there. So that's one of my concerns. And then the other thing is the figure does not show the other local roadways that will be used to access roadways proposed for improvement. So again, the roadways shown in, well, let's go to the next slide, please. So the roadways shown, and this is a zoomed in portion of the exhibit that was provided, the WR 00039. And it's really focused more on the Sacramento County sections of it. And then you can see only the roadways within some roadways within the project limits are proposed to be improved, but not anything outside of it. So as materials, as equipment, as different items are coming into the project area, how are we treating those roads? And I think that's the concern that we'll get into a little bit more as I go through my presentation. The other item is that I think the accuracy of this is not, there's some things that maybe are incorrect on this, specifically looking at, there's two things here. One is and it's really hard to see because the scale is so small, but if you look at Franklin Boulevard, which is North-South Street, there's a section that's supposed to be widened to include a turn pocket into Dearson. And then in this exhibit, it shows that the rest of it to the north is supposed to be overlaid, that's shown in red. The problem is that there's no indication in any of the documents that the second portion of it is going to be overlaid. So, but we'll touch on some of that as we go along through the presentation. Can we go to the next slide, please? So again, Mrs. Bushholtz's testimony indicated that she said that however CER attachment 1, table A15 shows all haul routes that will be used for construction, showing specific starting and ending points and the purpose of access. So again, we're referring to table A15. She's saying that it indicates all haul routes, right? And so, but as we'll look into it the next slide, but not yet, we will get through that. This shows streets that will be improved, but it doesn't really show the haul routes because it doesn't show where the trucks are coming from to get to the project site and how are they going to get there. So it really does not show all the specific haul routes and how we're going to deal with it. And because of that, it fails to consider other local roadways that will be impacted by this project. The project should require a full haul route map that shows where all the equipment and supplies will be brought into this project. This is such a big project that's a big effort to kind of get that started, to get all of the materials and equipment into this site. Next slide, please. And so this is table A15 that was being referred to from the previous slide. And so if we look at this slide and maybe look at the second row there, when we talk about Lambert Road, for example, right? Lambert Road between Franklin Boulevard and the intake haul route. Per this row, it looks like the roadway is going to be widened from 22 feet wide to 32 feet wide. So right now, with the initial before project, the road will be widened, so some additional pavement will be installed to widen the roadway. And then, as highlighted on the right column, it's supposed to have a mid-construction and the end construction overlay. And so that's, as you look at that street and other streets, that's of concern because right now you have roadways that do not have an engineered structural section. And so once you have the amount of trucks coming through these routes, it's going to fail pretty quickly afterwards. And so the thought is that there needs to be a better look at some of these roadways initially so that we're not dealing with the roadway failures on these public roadways during this construction project. And the other thing I will get into a little bit more later is we need to have some kind of mechanism so that if things do fail during construction, is there a mechanism for the project manager, for the contractor to say, hey, there's something in the contract that allows for maintenance, and so there's not a constant discussion with the local jurisdictions about how we're going to deal with this. There has to be some kind of mechanism to be able to deal with those type of failures on these public roadways, not just the ones that are indicated in A15, but other roadways that we'll talk a little bit more about in the future slide. Next slide, please. So this continues on with table A15. So since I already mentioned, kind of showed an example, these are similar, so I won't get into each one of them. So we'll go into the next slide, please. And similar here, next slide, please. So per Mrs. Bushwolf's testimony on DWR, and again, this is one of the correction locations where it's supposed to be 00037. Mrs. Bushwolf mentioned that as listed in the EIR table 23B, public roads and non-public roads will be repaved periodically during construction and following construction. Road maintenance, including paving, is also required by the ITP to avoid eroded materials from leaving the road and entering adjacent habitats and other land uses. And that's references AHO 1007 and AHO 065. Can we go to the next slide, please? And so the initial table that was referenced was AHO 1176 or table 23B, right? And so this is a similar table to what we previously saw. The issue with this table is that although the roadways are mentioned, and then there's another column that shows initial paving for Deerson Road specifically, initial paving, intermediate paving, and final paving. Unfortunately, with this table, it doesn't show the limits of these roadways that are supposed to be paved, right? And so there's some concerns on there, but at the same time, Deerson Road specifically, that's a very minor, very rural road, very little traffic now. So probably it has some chip seal, maybe a little bit of pavement over some dirt. Now you introduce all these heavy trucks on this roadway, and just with a couple of inches of overlay, because it's not specific what we're talking about an asphalt overlay, and that road is not going to, it's not going to be too long before that road starts failing. Because it doesn't have an engineered structural section to be able to deal with the heavy loads of constant trucks coming on these roadways. So can we move to the next slide, please? And this is like I said, I mentioned an example in the previous one, so we don't need to go through each one of them. It's really similar to a lot of these roads that are mentioned in table 23B. So we'll go to the next slide. And let's go to the next slide. So the other document that was referenced was the AHO 00065. And in this one specifically, it mentions that this is going to be one of those documents that's going to also refer to, maintenance of roadways. Unfortunately, the only area that covers this is the last sentence in the section, which is just above section 1127. So the last sentence of that last paragraph above that basically says paved areas damaged by construction activities shall be repaved to avoid erosion due to pavement damage. But that's a very general comment, not mention of any street specifically, not mention of any areas, and what are the triggers. There's a lot of left to be desired on that just one sentence. So I think there's a need to have a little bit more information as to what is meant by that. But I think this is more of an erosion control issue, preventing of an erosion control, and not a maintenance type of plan to say, this is what you do and this is how you do it and what's the triggers for it. Can we go to the next slide, please? And again, getting back to Mrs. Bolsworth's testimony, and as we mentioned in the beginning, this is referring to DWR 00037, not 7. These are the two corrections here that we mentioned initially. And on paragraph 16 of her testimony, there's a few things that were listed, and these are the areas that were proposed for improvement. I think the areas in red that I'll kind of highlight a little bit more for the intakes areas, the asphalt overlay for Hood Franklin Road between Hood Franklin between the new Hood Franklin Park and Ride facility, which is next to I-5, and the new Intake Hall Road next to the town of Hood. That roadway is somewhat of a levee road right now. And like I said before, it's one of those streets that does not have an engineered structural section. From what I can tell in the plans, this is going to be one of the main routes where you have a lot of construction traffic coming into the roadways to get into the access area there by the bridge. And so again, an overlay on this type of street is not going to be sufficient to be able to hold with all the construction traffic on it. And so similar to the Twin Cities complex, I think there was mentioned in the beginning in that map that we were talking about that was provided that all of Franklin Boulevard was going to be improved between Twin Cities and Lambert Road. But right now, I think there's only a small section in the Dearson area that's supposed to be widened to allow for a turn pocket to be able to get into Dearson. Next slide, please. And also the references, to DWR 0020 and 0040. These references do not indicate any additional improvements or maintenance plans for the affected roadways. Again, Hood Franklin, as I mentioned, is an old farm road without engineered structural section. An overlay will not be sufficient to help it withstand the constant truck traffic during construction. This will probably require a full reconstruction of the roadway with an engineered structural section to be able to hold during the many years of construction that we're anticipating. And then getting back to the Franklin Boulevard improvements that are shown on the map and then some of these other tables that we went through. Right now, it looks, based on these charts, it looks like the roadway on Franklin Boulevard between Twin Cities and Lambert, it's about 1.5 miles in length. And with the proposed improvements, it only looks like less than half a mile is going to be improved. And that's just to widen the roadway so that you have a turn pocket. So although the initial map showed that it was supposed to be the full length, there's nothing to indicate that the further portion was going to be improved or overlay. Next slide, please. And then the other reference that was also mentioned was AHO 1007. And if you look at line 22, which is a little bit on the small side, but I'll kind of have it in my bullets up here. Line 22 indicates that paved areas damaged by construction activities will be paved to avoid erosion due to pavement damage. It does not indicate what the triggers will be and which roadways will be considered. And again, this is an erosion control section, not a roadway maintenance plan that details what streets will be considered and under this section. So again, I think there's a need for a more comprehensive plan to be able to provide the mechanism to the contractor, to the project manager, to be able to deal with some of these road failures during construction. Next slide, please. So we get into the access road monitoring. That was one of the things that was brought up as far as one of the ways to mitigate vehicles on roadways where they were not intended to be. So it's really difficult to distinguish normal traffic versus construction-related traffic. Monitors do not have a reliable way to differentiate ordinary commuter traffic from construction-related traffic. Workers will be traveling from a wide variety of locations, and the freeways are not always the shortest or preferred routes. This makes accurate attribution near impossible. So navigation apps will disperse both workers and construction vehicles. Modern navigation systems such as Google Maps, Waze, and other softwares automatically route both construction trucks and employees onto whatever route is fastest at the moment, even if it's by 1 minute. This undermines any assumption that construction-related traffic will follow predictable or designated paths. And this is what we see out in this area already as traffic on freeways becomes more congested. People are using these type of Google Maps and Waze in order to cut through these rural areas in order to get their destination faster. There's also, and then another thing is the reliance on monitors, fines, and contract specifications is insufficient. A monitoring system alone cannot ensure compliance. Fines and contractual requirements are reactive by nature and do not prevent violations in real time. They only address problems after impacts have occurred. And monitoring systems are limited and largely reactionary. Monitors cannot physically prevent traffic violations or reroute vehicles. Their tools are limited to observations and reporting, which does not mitigate the actual traffic impacts experienced by the community. And then effectiveness of monitoring programs has not been demonstrated. Although similar monitoring systems have been used by other projects based on previous testimony, there has been no data or evidence that has been provided to show that they have been effective. Without proof of performance, the proposed systems cannot be relied upon to protect public safety or reduce construction-related impacts. Next slide, please. And so if you look at the area, this map, I was trying to show what streets are being proposed with this project to be improved. And those are the roadways in green. And so you see Hood Franklin on the north side. You see the access road between Hood Franklin and Lambert. That goes along the railroad tracks. And then you have Lambert Road. You have Dearson Road. And you have a smaller piece of Franklin Boulevard, which is North-South Street. And also Twin Cities, which connects I-5 to Franklin Boulevard. And so the issue that needs to be considered at something like this is there's a lot of different ways to get this to this project site. And like I mentioned before, with Waze and Google Maps and other softwares, depending on where you're coming from, it might take you in various different routes. And so, like I said, even if it saves you a minute, it's going to direct you to some other place. And most people don't even, they'll just take the route without even thinking about the route they should be in, because that's the way they're telling them to go. Sometimes it's based on the traffic on the freeways in the area there by I-5 near Elk Grove Boulevard. Gets pretty congested sometimes in the afternoons because there's a lane drop on the freeway. And so, that type of traffic on the freeway and backup could cause people to kind of come around and come different ways to get to some of these sites. And so there's a lot of unknowns. And so the thought is right now we're only looking at this project site to look at roadways to improve, but there's a lot of different roadways that need to be considered, or at least there should be a mechanism to be able to deal with some of these roads as traffic starts dispersing or coming in from different directions. Because we're not saying that traffic is only coming from one direction. They're coming from a lot of different areas, whether it's workers or whether it's some of the construction materials or trucks, right? So that's what this is intended to show, and show it graphically so you could see that there's a lot of different areas where you can come in to this project site. And to say that all haul routes are included in this project, you can see the green areas are not all the haul routes, where they need to come in from somewhere. So that's kind of what this is intended to show. Next slide, please. And so in conclusion, the project will introduce construction activity of a very large scale and proportion never seen in the Delta. Since the project will occur over many years, there's a need to identify how the local Delta roadways impacted by this project will be maintained over the course of the project. At this time, the project is focusing on only the roadways within the project limits. It is not considering other Delta roadways that will be impacted by this project. Having monitors on major roadways will not be sufficient, as that is a reactive approach and not sustainable. With the widespread use of mobile navigation applications, drivers frequently rely on software that automatically redirects them around congestion or construction delays, increasing the likelihood of unauthorized use of local roads. There needs to be a mechanism to be able to address maintenance road failures due to construction traffic on the impacted roadways that are not identified in the FEIR, and it will be very difficult or to impossible to enforce which routes construction traffic will be using. And like I mentioned, there also needs to be some mechanism or allowance in the contract specs for maintenance of affected or impacted roadways during construction. The widening plan with some overlays in the mid-construction year to the end of it is not sufficient. As local jurisdictions don't have the funds to be able to follow the impacts of this bigger construction projects, as we're trying to maintain the roadway that we have, and sometimes the roadways, how we're maintaining them with the limited funds, are fine with the traffic that we have now, But once you introduce some additional truck traffic to these areas, they'll tend to fail pretty quick. So that's just my concern, and that's my end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. And Ms. Morris, it looks like you're up again. Do you have questions for Mr. Rodriguez?
I do. Good afternoon, Mr. Rodriguez. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Nice to see you. Sometimes it's a little hard to hear you when you turn your head. So if I lean in, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I want to ask you some questions about your testimony. And Mr. Wooldridge, if we could pull this down, and I'm going to use the testimony itself, which is SACO 33. Thank you. And looking in page 2, paragraph 5, you quote Ms. Buchholz that she states, oh, it's Buchholz is how you pronounce it, Buchholz. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's used to it. She knows that it has lots of different enunciations. You quote, Ms. Buchholz states in her rebuttal testimony, however, CER attachment 1, table A15, shows all haul roads that will be used for the construction, showing specific starting and ending points and the purpose of access, correct?
That's what I have, yes.
And then in the same paragraph, in lines 10 to 13, you state that this asserts that table A15 provides a comprehensive inventory of all construction haul roads. However, this claim is inaccurate as the exhibit confines the scope of impacts to roadways within the immediate Delta Conveyance project limits, correct?
Correct.
And then if we go into the next paragraph of your testimony in paragraph 6, you say, because table A15 does not identify the specific aerial corridors and local feeder roads that connect the project site to regional highways and material suppliers, the current impact evaluation for Sacramento County is fundamentally inadequate.
Objection, misstates testimony. I just want to point out that it is arterial corridors, not aerial corridors.
Arterial, my apologies.
I believe the question, Mr. Rodriguez, is that what you
I can
testified to
rephrase.
here?
Just looking at that sentence, is it your contention that despite Ms. Buchholz's testimony, you believe that not all haul roads have been identified?
I believe not all haul routes have been identified, correct?
And if we could pull up DWR 37R. And this is the rebuttal testimony for Ms. Buchholz that you have reviewed, correct, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could look at the bottom of page 1, paragraph 3 onto page 4, Ms. Buchholz states, looking at line 23, CER attachment 1, table 15, shows all the haul roads that will be used for construction, showing specific starting and ending points and the purpose of the access. And she states, in order to clarify which roads can be used for construction traffic and which cannot, I had the figure shown in DWR 39 prepared to show these roads graphically. Is that accurate?
Absolutely, Jack.
Okay, and can we please pull up DWR 39? And doesn't this figure show a complete construction route on local roads to each DCP project site from the major highways such as I-5 and state routes 4 and 12?
I am saying that all traffic will not be coming off the freeway. There'll be traffic coming in from different directions, and that's what needs to be considered as we move forward with this project.
So I want to understand what you think is missing from this table or from this figure and table A15.
So in this table, in this figure, it only shows routes within the project limits, right? And there's an assumption that every truck, every car is going to be coming off of I-5. And I'm saying that assumption is not something that's practical because traffic is going to be coming from different directions, and we need to take into consideration if that happens, how we're going to deal with. There needs to be a mechanism to deal with that part of it, because realistically, people are going to be coming from different directions and not just I-5.
So you assume that the restrictions cannot be enforced through contractual mechanisms to keep workers on and truck deliveries and things of this nature on the routes that have been identified. Is that accurate?
If the route is only I-5 is the only way to get to the site, yes, I agree.
To this point in paragraph 9 of your testimony on page 3, and looking at lines 21 through 23, you also I'm just orienting you. I'm going to ask you a question, but you also similarly say something about restrictive contract provisions and fines on page 4 regarding monitors on line 28 and on to page 5, line 1. You say monitors merely document violations after the fact. They cannot prevent violations from occurring. Is that correct?
Yes.
If the prohibition on the use of non-designated local roadways, including enforcement through monitoring and imposition of monetary fines, were made a legally required condition of the project, would that address your concerns?
Can you state that again?
If the prohibition on the use of non-designated local roadways, including enforcement through monitoring and imposition of monetary fines, were made a legally required condition of the project, would that address your concerns?
My concerns with the monitoring is that's a reactionary type of effort. And many times the monitors are from somewhere else. They don't know what these roadways are and what the construction traffic we're dealing with is. And so is that normal traffic? Is that construction traffic? So it's a difficult type of job to kind of differentiate. And so because it's a reactionary issue, you're not going to be able to prevent. You're reacting to what's already happening. And that's my concern, that now there's a lot. This is a very big project. Project managers are going to have a lot of things going on with the dynamics of the project moving forward. The traffic side of it is going to be minimal as far as priority goes for them. And that's the other part of my concern.
How do you know that? How do you know that the traffic part is going to be minimal to the construction manager?
Right now, I don't have anything to show me anything different to see what kind of fines are going to be in the spec. But if it's minor, then the work moving forward is going to be bigger because it's more cost associated to it than the minor fines that you might get from traffic going on minor streets and local roadways.
How do you know it's a minor fine? How do you know that?
That's exactly what I said. Without having the specifications or showing me what the actual fines are, my assumption right now is that's going to be minor compared to the big construction work that's happening. And usually that's a focus of getting that move forward because it's a lot bigger in comparison to the traffic fines that you might have. But that's my assumption right now because I don't have anything to show me what the fine will be. Right.
In your opinion, what would be an appropriate fine to incentivize prevention?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
To the extent you have an opinion, please, Mr. Rodriguez.
That's a very general question, and based on, and with a very large project, I don't have a number to be able to give you on that.
Have you ever been a construction manager for a large construction project?
I have, but I have many years ago, not more recently. We in the department do put up projects, and so we help the construction manager, but we're not construction managers. We're the engineer side of that. So the answer probably is a no, at least not recent.
And have you ever implemented a contract provision to prevent use of roadways that were that were not supposed to be used for a project?
No, our projects are on the smaller side, so we haven't had to deal with that issue, at least in the projects that I've been involved with.
So as you sit here today, do you have any experience to opine on whether fines and a contract provision would be either one way or the other, effective or ineffective?
Objection.
Of your opinion?
My testimony has been that right now, I think based on the previous testimony, there's been some discussion about previous large projects that had something similar. My concern with that, there was never any additional information to say, was it successful? Was it not successful? Other than saying that this was done in another project, it really doesn't help me understand whether it was successful in another project. And that's where my concerns come from.
Experience to demonstrate that it would not be successful as you sit here today?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm not sure what you're asking, Ms. Morris. Whether
Mr. Rodriguez has an opinion about that fines and a contract provision are not going to be sufficient based on what he just said, and I'm asking what he's basing that on, what experience.
All right, I'll allow that, Mr. Rodriguez.
As I previously mentioned, sometimes with these large projects, keeping the project moving forward has a higher cost than some of the fines associated with traffic. So the priority level from a project manager's perspective, what I've seen from my side in the smaller projects that we have is a lot of times people will say, let's keep the project moving. This is not as big of a deal. We'll deal with that after the fact. But that's basically from my experience on smaller projects that we deal with, not to this size.
Do you know whether contracts can include non-compliance events that can stop forms of progress payments to contractors?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I said, do you know whether? The answer could be no.
Then I would still object to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
I'll allow it within your area of expertise, Mr. Rodriguez, please.
Can you ask the question again?
Do you know whether contracts can include non-compliance events that stop progress payments from being made based on non-compliance?
I'm not as familiar with that specific item to the level you're asking about it, so I would say I'm not familiar.
Let's go back to your testimony and page 2, line 25 through page 3, line 3. I want to understand, so based on your testimony in those 2 places we just discussed, is it your understanding that maintenance repairs would occur only at the midpoint of construction?
According to some of the tables of my testimony, there's some roadways that are supposed to be widened only, and then have a mid-year construction overlay and the end of project construction overlay. And so, yes, so some streets just get they just get widened out to begin with, and then they get 2 overlays after that, one in the middle and one at the end. Other streets, like Dearson, I think had overlays in the beginning, in the middle, and at the end. So it varied. My concern with that is that there's no discussion about what this overlay is. Is it a 1 inch? Is it a 2 inch? Is it what is that? We don't have that information. And also is that a lot of these roadways, like I mentioned in my testimony, is that Dearson Road, for example, which is right by the Twin Cities complex, is a very rural, low volume roadway that was probably dirt. They had a chip seal, maybe an overlay after that. So there's very little structure in that roadway. And so if you just overlay it with 2 inches of asphalt, it's going to fail really quickly once you start putting heavy traffic on it. And that was my concern with that. And that's why I was saying that it might make sense to look at that a little bit further to determine whether that's a full reconstruction with an engineered structural section so that it's not breaking down a public road and impacting access to folks often.
Okay, I'm going to follow up, but you said something about you don't know what overlay would be applied, 1 or 2 inches. What is for Sacramento County, are there any requirements for overlays?
It depends on the street. It's not one thing fits all. If it's a preventative where the street's in decent condition and you have an engineered structural section in an urban area, we might just put 2 inches down, right? If you're down here and the roadway is failed, it might be a reconstruction of a roadway. So it depends. It's a case-by-case basis and depends on the roadway condition. And depending on what loads you're proposing to put on there is, I think, the main issue. For just normal, everyday rural traffic, putting a 2-inch overlay is going to be sufficient. But if you started introducing heavy construction traffic, now you have to take a look at it a little bit differently than just overlaying a roadway that doesn't have an engineered structural section.
Okay, and I'm trying to understand this. So you made a comment about preventing complete degradation of local infrastructure. WR must commit to structurally improving these roadways. And then similarly, on that same page, lines 12 to 14 in paragraph 8, you say the project documentation lacks a definitive commitment regarding long-term maintenance responsibilities. As the project progresses, the financial burden of repairing ongoing construction-related damage must not fall on local jurisdictions. So is the concern that there's no binding commitment for DWR to improve? Well, let me state it this way. So is one of your concerns that there's no binding commitment for DWR to improve degraded local roadways prior to the start of construction?
So my concern is that not all roadways that are going to be used to haul in equipment, materials are being considered. And so that's one of them. And so my thought is that there needs to be more comprehensive look at how everything's going to come in. Not everything's going to come in on I-5 is my opinion. And then the secondary thing to your question is for the roadways within the project limits that are in a certain condition now, that those potentially need to be full reconstruction and not just overlay before the project starts, because if you don't do that, just an overlay on these roadways that are not great condition to begin with, although they accommodate the local traffic, will not accommodate the truck traffic, and they will deteriorate pretty quickly afterwards, and they will impact local traffic out there in the community.
Okay, you got to the answer in the second part. So I'm going to ask again, is another one of your concerns as it relates to paragraph 8, that there's no binding commitment for DWR to periodically reassess conditions as necessary during construction?
Can you be more specific on
that? Well, you said the project documentation lacks a definitive commitment requiring long-term maintenance responsibilities. So I'm trying to understand if that means another one of your concerns as it relates to paragraph 8 is DWR not being required, or some commitment for DWR to periodically reassess conditions as necessary during construction of the DCP.
So my concern, as we've discussed, is that this is a 12 to 14-year long project. The goal or the proposal in this documents are to, in some cases, widen, in some cases, overlay prior to the beginning of the project, do a mid-project overlay and an overlay at the end of the project. What I'm saying is, I don't think that's sufficient to keep these roads maintained based on the truck traffic on these roadways. And I'm saying is that I think there needs to be some maintenance component from some kind of mechanism, a contract allowance or something in place, so that during the construction period, the contractor, the project manager, construction project manager, has a mechanism in order to deal with these things, because otherwise the local jurisdictions, Sacramento County specifically, and the contractor or the project manager are always going to be in discussions about, hey, the project is causing this damage. you guys need to fix it. And they're going to say, we don't have a mechanism because there's not a bid item or something in the contract to be able to deal with that type of maintenance in between these overlays that are being proposed.
I'm going to try this again. I think we're saying the same thing. Is it your concern? Are you trying to express that the concern is that there's no commitment to periodically reassess conditions as necessary during construction and to perform necessary remediation work during and after construction?
Objection, asked and answered.
What part are you particularly focusing on, Ms. Morris, that you think you haven't had a response to?
I don't think I had a clear response about his concern.
Okay.
That was a long answer, and I'm trying to boil it down so that I can have an understanding, and that's
refocusing on the concern. I'll allow the question, Mr. Rodriguez, please.
So the problem with the question is so general, right? And so I think if she could focus, and I tried to answer it the best I could, but without focusing the question a little bit further, I kind of almost come back to my same answer because the question is so general.
Like, what are you not, what part is general that you need me to provide more specificity, and I'll do my best.
What I was trying to say, and maybe I didn't express it, is that my concern is that there's no mechanism for the maintenance of these roadways, evaluation of these roadways. So when the county starts getting calls to say there's a pothole, there's a failed section of roadway, what are you going to do? But this is within the project limits. We're going to try to get it back to the contractor, to the project manager to fix those sections of roadways because it's impacting traffic, but it's part of damage being caused by the construction traffic. So we don't have the funds to be able to chase the project damage on all of these local streets. And so I want to my concern is that I want a mechanism somehow, some way, so that the contractor is able to deal with those items.
If there's a mechanism that DWR commits to doing it, why would it matter that it be specific to a contractor? If there's some commitment by DWR to reassess periodically during construction and perform the necessary remediation work during and after construction, why does it have to be a specific contract term with the contractor?
Objection, compound.
I said a mechanism. Could be different ways.
Let me ask you this. Do you have any understanding whether the FEIR requires geotech borings under access roads to determine the conditions before either there's an overlay or a determination if there needs to be a new road? Do you have any understanding of that?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence. Are you citing something in particular for his reference?
Had any understanding of whether that was a requirement or not?
I didn't.
Please, Mr. Rodriguez.
I didn't review any documents that had that information.
Are you familiar with county encroachment permits for road work?
Yes.
And aren't a lot of the items that you are expressing as concerns usually included in county encroachment permits?
In smaller projects, sometimes yes. On these larger projects, it's better to be ahead of it so that it's already covered in conditions instead of trying to get it at the end, which makes it a lot more difficult to include some of these conditions.
So the county can put these kinds of conditions in the county encroachment permits, correct?
It becomes a little more difficult at this level, at these large projects. I'll say that.
Let's go back to your testimony. We're on your testimony. Page 6, line 27. And looking through page 7, line 5, here, in part, you're quoting Ms. Buchholz. I want to pull up her testimony again. Oh, wow, that was fast. Thank you. And if we could look paragraphs, or I think it's page 7, starting at page 7. And then can we scroll down? I think this is, did you understand this is where it's describing different facilities and what kind of work is anticipated to be done in terms of road work?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down to, well, that's okay. I want to go back to, sorry for jumping around, SACO 35, slide 12. When I read this slide, I read this to say road maintenance and paving is not required in this section of this exhibit. And specifically, I wanted to ask you about paving, and you pointed to, if we could make it bigger, but it's the last sentence at the bottom.
Yes.
Where it says paved areas damaged by construction activities will be repaved to avoid erosion due to pavement damage. Would you agree that that is a requirement for paving?
So, yeah, the problem is, what are we talking about repaving? And this is the erosion control section, not a paving, not a maintenance kind of project. This is erosion control. So basically what this section is trying to do is trying to get not the gravel or whatever is coming out of the roadway to come into the ditch or wherever we're talking about. And it's only that one last sentence. So when we say repave, a lot of times these failed sections need to be dug out and rebuilt up in order for them not to fail quickly back, because the base is already failed. And so that's the issue with some of this stuff. It's a sentence here and there. It's not comprehensive kind of program that's going to say this is what we're going to do and this is how we're going to do it.
And if we could scroll up a little bit to see the first part of the words. Did you review all of AHO 0065?
I did not review all of it, no.
Do you know what that document is?
Can you explain that to me?
But you cited it. I'm asking if you know what that document is.
I did not review the whole document, no.
Okay,
but the sections that I did review seem to be about erosion control and that side of things, yes.
Do you understand what AHO 65 is?
Can we bring up AHO 65 for reference?
Let's go ahead and do it.
I don't really have that many questions. It's just if he has an understanding of what, based on looking at the title, do you know what AHO 65 is, Mr. Rodriguez?
Not as a whole.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for this witness at this time. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Ms. Chester, do you have redirect for Mr. Rodriguez?
I do not.
All right. Then with that, Mr. Rodriguez, thank you so much for your time and your testimony and answering all of the questions today. You are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe we turn next to Mr. Salter.
Yes.
And I see Mr. Salter is here, so let's go ahead and elevate Mr. Salter. Good afternoon, Mr. Salter. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Thank you.
And I can hear you. So, Mr. Salter, do you recall previously taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And with that to you, Ms. Chester.
Thank you. Mr. Salter, is Exhibit Sacramento County 2 or SACO 2 a true and correct copy of your resume?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Sacramento County 1 or SACO 001 an accurate statement of your written case in chief testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Sacramento County 36 an accurate statement of your written rebuttal testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to your rebuttal testimony?
No.
Did you review DWR witness Mr. Jason Volk's rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall Mr. Volk's argument that pile driving would be used only intermittently during the construction timeline?
Yes, I remember him stating that.
Does that argument resolve your stated concerns regarding project-related noise impacts?
No, it doesn't.
Can you please explain why?
Pile driving, as everybody knows, is the loudest and most irritating aspect of construction noise impact. And so therefore, it needs to be addressed in a more careful way than I feel that the EIR has addressed it. So I continue to be concerned about how the noise impact of pile driving could adversely affect the community.
And did you consider how noise impacts from project pile driving could affect existing businesses in the Delta?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain that further?
Yes, in my written testimony, I specifically called out the Willow Ballroom because when I was testifying, during the time of testifying, we had the owner of the Willow Ballroom talking about her concern about noise. So I was particularly interested in what she had to say about the vulnerability of her facility. And so in my latest document, we called out the adverse effect on the Willow Ballroom due to pile driving noise.
Do you recall Mr. Volk's argument that you misstate what noise is attributable to the 50 weighted decibel noise contour that he prepared for the final environmental impact report?
Yes, I do remember. I mean, I read it in his document, and we can argue about the noise contours and whether I interpret them correctly or not, but I would like to focus our attention on the noise monitoring and the implementation of noise mitigation prior to the start of construction, rather than waiting for the complaints to roll in. So that's what I would like to focus on.
After reviewing Mr. Volk's rebuttal testimony, is it your opinion that mitigation measure NOI-1 is sufficient to address project impacts?
It is not, in my opinion, because of lack of clarity and commitment to put together information that people can understand. And in my written testimony, I identified my concern that if things are not clarified, we're going to have the contractor taking one side of the argument and the community taking another side of the argument, and this could lead to noise impact and litigation and public hearings and a total waste of money and resources. So I have continued to argue the need to clarify the noise monitoring criteria and the need to implement noise impact prior to the start of construction rather than waiting.
Do you recall Mr. Volk's argument that DWR used the same approach for developing noise control measures for the DCP as Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District did for its Harvest Water project?
Yes, he did state that. And so I had the opportunity to read the noise section of that project because I knew nothing about it. And I read it and I didn't see its relevance. It was a surprising citation since it really didn't lead anywhere. It didn't seem to me to be relating to our specific project of concern.
And do you recall Mr. Volk's argument in favor of refining and tailoring noise control measures with additional study after project construction has begun?
Yes.
And do you agree with that approach?
I have no problem with the idea of getting more data. There's really nothing wrong with it. I think that the predictions that they did were well done, clear. They predicted noise impact. And so if they want more data, I'm not going to argue against getting more data.
In your opinion, have you proposed a feasible approach to analyzing and mitigating project impacts from noise and vibration?
Yes, as I've stated in writing and orally, the idea of having the noise monitoring use an hourly noise criteria. And if the hourly noise criteria is exceeded, then construction would need to stop because impact is occurring. And so, as I've stated, that would be onerous. So to avoid exceeding the noise criteria, the hourly noise criteria, to avoid that, it would be important to install the noise mitigation prior to the start of construction and have a factor of safety. And if that is done correctly, then you will guarantee, number one, that the contractor will not violate the noise standard, and then number two, that the residential community and the business community will be protected. So it's a win-win that I proposed and continue to put forward as a solution to the problem.
Did Mr. Volk's rebuttal testimony change your opinion that you've proposed a feasible approach to mitigating project impacts?
No, he chose to not address my idea in his response.
I have no further questions on direct.
Thank you, Ms. Chester. And I will look to you, Ms. Morris. It looks like you have questions for Mr. Salter.
I do. And I believe it's Dr. Salter, but you prefer Mr. Salter. I'm recalling.
No, I'm not Dr. Salter, so I'm to be called Charles Salter or Mr. Salter, but not Dr. Salter.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Salter. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. Good afternoon to you.
Hopefully I have just a few questions for you, and one is going to go into the weeds a little bit, so I hope you'll bear with me. In looking at your testimony, SACO 36, you make the statement that pile driving, and it's page 2, line 23 to 25, if you want to see it. Pile driving, whether impact pile driving or vibratory pile driving, generates an intense, instantaneous sound with each hammer strike. Is that correct?
Yes, that is a true statement.
Are you saying that noise generated from impact pile driving and from vibratory pile driving are of a similar character and intensity?
They both have this impulse noise transfer, but they're different sound qualities and loudness levels.
Would you agree that vibratory driving is quieter than impact pile driving?
Absolutely.
And if we could look at what has been marked AHO 1183. And this is the noise and vibration chapter 24 from the FEIR that I believe you cite, as well as you said you reviewed this in your previous testimony, correct?
Yes.
And if we could go to PDF page 20, I hope. Yes. And if we could focus in on the table 24-5. For just looking at this table, for the impact hammer method, the table shows the Lmax at 50 feet as 110 dBA, correct?
Yes.
And the vibratory hammer method the table shows 96 dBA, correct?
Yes.
And that's, you could do the math and make sure I did it right. That's a 14 difference, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, and this is where it's going to get a little bit technical, but please bear with me. We know the sound energy in decibels is not a matter of simple arithmetic. It uses a logarithmic scale, correct?
Correct.
So something that is 10 dB louder than another thing has 10 times the sound energy. Is that correct?
It has 10 times the sound energy and would be perceived as being twice as loud.
Okay, I think that twice as loud helps me eliminate going in the weeds quite a bit. Just is it your understanding that the need for any impact driving is a worst case assumption that DWR has committed to minimize the use of impact pile driving to those sites where it is necessary?
That's my understanding.
In your testimony, we can take this down, Mr. Wooldridge. Thank you. On page 3, line 18 through 20. You state, despite the known impact of such construction noise, the mitigation is uncertain. MMNOI-1 does not commit DWR to shielding noise near this business. Is that accurate?
That's what it says.
So is your concern that the noise control plan in NOI-1 does not explicitly state that it is applicable to businesses?
No, that's not my concern.
What is your concern then? That NOI-1 is not sufficient for businesses?
Objection, vague. It's unclear what you mean by sufficient.
Do you want to, Ms. Morris, do you want to just ask you, I mean, your first question was, what is the concern you're expressing here? Is that the?
Sure. What is the concern you're expressing? In page 3, lines 18 through 20.
As previously stated, my concern is about the approach to noise mitigation, the effectiveness of it, number one, and pile driving is my major concern. And then the noise monitoring and identifying where noise exceeds the criteria and implementing rapid solutions to the excessive noise.
So I need to understand more. When you say MMNOI-1 does not commit DWR to shielding noise near this business, what do you mean by that?
Okay, so this is something that you and I have addressed before. I've addressed this in writing. If you read the mitigation plan, it's relatively general. For example, with pile driving, it talks about a shroud for pile driving can attenuate the noise from 8 to 20 decibels, very general. And so what I would recommend is that the mitigation measures be clarified and be made more specific, given my concern about how adverse the construction noise could be.
So let's pull up So you're not contending that in this sentence, MMNOI, you're not contending that it doesn't commit DWR to applying NOI 1 to businesses. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Let's pull up mitigation measure NOI 1, and that is AHO 1183, which we were just on. And I believe it's PDF page 65. We can scroll down. Great. Then we can see mitigation measure NOI 1. And if we want to make it a little bit bigger so we can read it, thank you, Mr. Woldridge. And sorry to jump back and forth, but you also say in your testimony on page 4, line 5 to 10, that that the terms, which I believe are outlined NOI 1, the terms are too vague to provide an implementable and protective limit for purposes of monitoring. Is that accurate?
The purposes of monitoring, I'm confused with combining the noise mitigation plan with the monitoring plan.
All right, well, we can come back to that. Let's go look at this same. I'll come back then if it's confusing and we can pull it up.
Good.
Look at this first paragraph.
Yes.
And I actually think we need to scroll. We need to go down to PDF page 107. I'm sorry. Now I have two sites, and I think we should maybe, and I apologize, Mr. Wildridge. I think it might be easier to pull up DWR 804, which is the same thing, but in a more clear way for my page citations, at least. Yeah, okay. And then I think it's PDF page 107. And if we could make this bigger so we can see that first paragraph and that this is NOI 1. So looking at this first paragraph that starts DWR and project contractors, doesn't it say that a noise control plan will be implemented?
It does say that.
And doesn't it also say that that will consist of pre-construction actions, sound level monitoring, best noise control practices, and noise control barriers constructed in locations where sound levels from constructions are anticipated to exceed daytime or nighttime noise criteria?
It does say that.
And if we can go back to AHO 1183. And it should be PDF page 27. And this states those thresholds of significance, correct?
Yes.
And looking at lines 20, if we could scroll down so we can see all of 22, doesn't it say that if these criteria are exceeded, the impact analysis evaluates the temporal frequency, duration, intensity of construction noise to determine whether a significant noise impact requiring mitigation would occur?
That's what it says.
And that's still too vague to you?
Yeah, what we've just looked at is clearly vague.
And then looking at, if we could go back to your testimony on page 6th. I think it's lines 20 to 26 in paragraph 14. And specifically, you state on line 21, relying solely on weekly monitoring reports would not provide a reasonable response to noise exceedances. Is that accurate?
That's what it says.
So going back to DWR 804 and PDF page 107, if we could scroll down, there should be a sound level monitoring. I think it might be at the bottom of the page. Yeah. Do you see that it says that sound level monitors, or SLMs, will be installed at locations outside construction work areas to collect sound level data continuously?
I do see that.
And that sound level data collected at each site will be used to verify compliance with daytime and nighttime noise limits, correct?
That's what it says.
And then it goes on to say that data reviews and compliance reporting can be done on a weekly basis.
That's what it says.
Isn't this saying that the sound level monitoring for compliance and weekly sound level monitoring reporting are two different things?
I think you're right. I think it is saying it says that they're doing the monitoring and then they're doing the data reviews on a weekly basis. So I think it's saying two different things.
Would your concerns regarding the monitoring as outlined in NOI 1 be addressed if it's clarified that where continuous construction sound level monitoring identifies an ongoing and exceedance, an appropriate response would be implemented?
Well, that would make it clearly better. So you're moving in the right direction.
And an appropriate response could include adding noise attenuating features to work areas.
I want to avoid that. Okay, I want to avoid having the contractor trying to figure out on a particular day how to mitigate the exceedance of the noise. I would like all of that figured out before the start of construction, rather than having to respond to excessive noise.
And if we can scroll back up to this, up above, sorry, there should be a header. Yeah, pre-construction activities. So in reading this to yourself, would you agree that the pre-construction activities are going to be done prior to construction to try to understand if some of these noise attenuating measures will reduce noise and if they would be effective, and that would occur prior to construction, correct?
That's what the words say, yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt that DWR won't perform the words as they are stated on the page prior?
Absolutely, because of what I perceive as areas of nonsense in this document that causes me great concern to trust what is being put forth.
Where in your testimony does it say areas of nonsense?
Where did I write the word nonsense in my written testimony?
Or areas of nonsense?
Objection, argumentative.
What are you asking, Ms. Morris?
I just don't recall areas of nonsense, and I'm not understanding where that is in the testimony.
I don't think Mr. Salter indicated it was in the testimony. Is that, I didn't mean to cut you off, Mr. Salter. Did you
what
want to clarify?
What you've said is correct. I'm concerned that the people that wrote this information, the way they've written it, cannot be trusted to implement an effective plan where people are adequately protected.
Why can't they be trusted?
Because of the words, and I use the word nonsense, the approach to certain of the mitigation causes me to distrust the approach unless additional information and promises are provided using words and approaches that would cause me to be more comfortable with what we're talking about.
Do you understand whether the locations that DWR would need to access in order to conduct these pre-construction actions are currently owned by DWR, or are they in private ownership?
I don't know the ownership of the land, whether it's public or private lands that you're alluding to.
Would your concerns about the timing of noise mitigation be addressed if it were clarified that the details of noise control measures, including noise barriers, would be further developed based on pre-construction site investigations?
What you've just stated is sensible.
And would it also help to address your concerns if the details of the noise control measures were informed by further engineering work?
I'm not going to argue against further refinement of noise analysis.
And then I guess finally, would it address some of or all of your concerns if after this additional work and data that were completed, that noise control measures would be implemented prior to the commencement of major construction activities at each construction site?
Vague as to these activities and major construction.
Construction activities like the intakes. I can go through them each one by one, but you've identified them in your testimony. So if you're familiar and can answer the question.
If you're able to answer, Mr. Salter, please.
So the words you've used are fine with me. I would obviously need to see information in writing that would make more sense from a mitigation approach possibility. So in general, what you've said is true, but I'd like to see more detail, and I would like to see a mitigation plan that is more sensible than some of the things that are in the mitigation plan that are as part of this document.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Mr. Salter, I don't have any other questions for you, and thank you for answering my questions today.
Welcome, and I like your sweater.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I like it too, for the record, if I get to say that. I don't think I have any questions for you, Mr. Salter, at this time. So Ms. Chester, do you have any redirect?
I do not. I do have some information from my co-counsel, Ms. Moskal, regarding the next witness, and just a request that we break until 3 p.m. as the next.
We just commit to that, yes, and yes. We will do that. Thank you on that. I will say, Mr. Salter, thank you so much for joining us once again, and thank you for your testimony and your attention to all the questions, and you are excused.
Thank you. Bye.
I do. I will take just one moment to mention Sir rebuttal is something we should talk about. We don't need to talk about it right now, but I wanted to flag it. Um, sometime next week, I would like to have I will ask DWR for indication of the topics for Sir rebuttal. I know we haven't gotten through the cross-examination of all the protestants' witnesses, so that may have some bearing. But I would like to have an understanding of that. And for all of you to think about, I am thinking about whether there are certain topics where we could get closing briefs sooner rather than later, or closing arguments, if you will. I don't know how to frame it when it's sort of a partial. That would be extremely helpful to the hearing team, not to wait on the compilation of evidence and argument with respect to certain issues. So I just wanted to put that out there as something I'm thinking about. We will need to address next week in terms of scope and whether we have partial closing briefs or a two-part or something like that. So I wanted to put that out there. All right. Let's go ahead and break, and we will reconvene at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, it is 3 o'clock. We had an uncustomary break, which actually was nice. To the court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And it looks like we need to elevate Ms. Moskal. And Ms. Minton, please. And Ms. Moskal, I don't think you've made your appearance today. You're welcome to. Have you made your appearance today? I can't remember. It's blending together.
Not.
All right. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Ellen Moskal for Sacramento Area Sewer District.
Thank you. And Ms. Minton, you're welcome to make your appearance as well.
Good afternoon, Kaylee Minton for the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. And my understanding is we are looking to Dr. Marty next. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I see Dr. Marty. If we can please elevate Dr. Marty. And either Ms. Morris or Ms. Carroll, will you just make sure I know you're here so we can, I'm not starting without you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Welcome, Dr. Marty.
Thank you.
I think if I recall correctly, you previously testified in this proceeding. Do you recall taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this hearing?
I do, yes.
Thank you. Then with that, Ms. Moskal, to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Marty. Thank you for being here today.
Good afternoon.
So just to start out, is Exhibit SASD 039 a true and correct statement of your written rebuttal testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And is Exhibit SASD 040 a true and correct copy of the summary of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. To the hearing team, I apologize. I was not as clued in this morning. I believe it's not Ms. Mullen today, correct?
It's Mr. Wooldridge, yes.
Mr. Wooldridge, thank you. If you could please pull up Exhibit SASD 40. Thanks.
Great.
And Dr. Marty, please present your summary of testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. So my rebuttal testimony is going to address two primary points. Next slide, please. The first point is my contention that DWR's modeling of potential habitat for crotch bumblebee was inadequate. And the second point is to offer a brief discussion addressing a point made by DWR in their rebuttal testimony regarding a California Natural Diversity Database, or CNDDB, occurrence of crotch bumblebee at the Cosumnes River Preserve. Next slide, please. So to address the first point, the habitat mapping issue, I created a map that is included in my rebuttal testimony, and it illustrates the areas that I believe potential crotch bumblebee habitat exists, but these areas were not identified by DWR as potential crotch bumblebee habitat. I contend that this omission of these areas from the habitat mapping underestimates the potential impacts to crotch bumblebee by the project. Next slide, please. So I created this map using data provided by DWR, and thank you for providing the GIS files to me. I used a base habitat mapping layer from the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection's Fire and Resource Assessment Program, otherwise known as FRAP. So the habitat layer looks pixelated at this scale, and that's because it provides coverage, habitat coverage for the entire state of California. So when you zoom in at this finer scale, it does look pixelated, but I think that, so I didn't have access to the maps or the habitat layers that were used for the modeling by DWR, but I do think that this layer I chose is adequate to illustrate the points I'm trying to make. I also recognize that the color scheme is a little bit 70s, and it's hard to sometimes discern between the different colors. Also, because of the layering, it's hard to make out some of the items of detail on this map. And so I'm going to take a few minutes to point out a few of the items on the map that are relevant to the points that I'm trying to make. The mapped potential crotch bumblebee habitat from DWR is shown as these hatched polygons. So that's the mint green color. The outline shows up well on the map, but the hatching doesn't necessarily show up well, kind of gets drowned out with the rest of the colors. So hopefully you can see the areas that were mapped as crotch bumblebee habitat, especially those larger habitat. I think they do stand out. I need to point out that the legend on the map does have an error. I'm not sure. I think that the legend got truncated when I created the map, and I didn't notice this until recently. So I do apologize for that. But what I will do is cover the important habitat types that are on the map that are relevant to the discussion, just to make sure that you're able to pick those out. The two habitat types that are not shown in the legend that are important. The first is riparian habitat, which is a lot of that lime green habitat in the center and throughout much of the area within the map. And then the riverine habitat is the blue, somewhat pixelated but linear features. So the rivers running through this project area. The other important habitat types on the map are the pink areas, which are grassland habitat, which is suitable habitat for crotch bumblebee. The darker purple area is wetland habitat, and including seasonal wetland habitat, also for suitable habitat for crotch bumblebee. The orange areas are not suitable habitat. I-5 or Interstate 5 is shown running north to south throughout in the middle of this map. Other barren areas are also shown. And okay, so to illustrate my point about the DWR mapping being inadequate, I've highlighted two polygons on this map, Area A on the north and Area B to the south. These two are just to illustrate the point that I'm trying to make. The Area A highlights this point for an area that is mostly grassland habitat. So the pink is grassland habitat, and there's some seasonal wetland habitat mapped in the north end of this. And it was not included in DWR model for crotch bumblebee. Interestingly, the perimeter of this polygon has a thin line of suitable crotch bumblebee habitat mapped, but the interior of the polygon was excluded. Area B has more seasonal wetland habitat that was not mapped by the DWR model, and it also includes the riparian habitat, which is not recognized in by DWR as potential habitat for crotch bumblebee. As I mentioned in my previous testimony, riparian habitat is suitable for crotch bumblebee and is likely very important for the species, particularly this time of year when the nests are at their peak numbers and the resources in the other types of habitat, grasslands, and to some extent seasonal wetlands are limited. I have directly observed crotch bumblebee in riparian habitat, preferentially foraging on perennial species like Himalayan blackberry and button willow. And again, this riparian habitat also provides suitable nesting habitat for the bee. In my testimony, I stated that areas A and B cover over 15 acres of unmapped habitat. This was an estimate that I created or developed using ARC Pro, which is the GIS software that I use. And I subtracted out from the total acreage the areas that were unsuitable habitat, like the riverine habitat shown in this map. Next slide, please. The second point that I made in my rebuttal testimony is to clarify a point raised by DWR in their rebuttal testimony regarding a CNDDB occurrence of crotch bumblebee at the Cosumnes River Preserve. So in their testimony, they state that the description of the occurrence indicates that the bee had to be found in the pollinator garden at the visitor center. And they assumed that I thought that meant it should be included, the visitor center should be included as habitat. While I do believe it's wonderful that the pollinator garden is there and that it's providing resources for bumblebees, I don't think that it should be mapped as habitat. I also wanted to point out that the CNDDB observation isn't very clear about where the bee was found. So the description, the narrative description of that observation says it was found on the west side of Franklin Boulevard across from the visitor center. And but the CNDDB data point shows it at the visitor center. It could be both. It could be that this person observed it in both places, but the description also describes the bees foraging on salvia and poppies. While salvia may only be in the visitor center pollinator garden, poppies are found throughout the preserve. The rebuttal testimony, DWR's rebuttal testimony, appears to contend that the visitor center pollinator garden is the only suitable habitat for crotch bumblebee at the preserve, but there have been recent iNaturalist observations from 2024 that show that the bee has been found in other parts of the preserve. Next slide, please. In conclusion, my testimony has shown that DWR's habitat modeling for crotch bumblebee potentially underestimates the amount of suitable habitat within the DCP project footprint and therefore potentially understates the impacts of the project on this species. Finally, the Cosumnes River Preserve has excellent habitat for crotch bumblebee, and recent observations show that it is found in other areas of the preserve and not just the visitor center pollinator garden. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marty. Then I will look to Ms. Morris. Is this you?
Me this time.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Minton, you're here. Yes, I had the wrong view. Ms. Minton, please, do you have questions for Dr. Marty?
I do. Good afternoon, Dr. Marty. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right. Can you just remind me again what base map you used to review land cover for your testimony?
The habitat layer was from the CAL FIRE FRAP program.
And do you know whether that's the same land cover mapping that DWR used in their analysis?
It's not.
So would it be reasonable to say that using different land cover base maps could result in different model results, even if the same parameters were used?
It's possible, but without reviewing their habitat map layer to see what, whether it crosswalks with the one that I used, it would be hard to say.
Thank you. Dr. Marty, do you know whether Area A in your mapping was shown as fallow ag on DWR's mapping?
I'm sorry, I missed the, was shown as what?
Fallow ag on DWR's mapping?
Dr. Marty, are you maybe frozen? We may have a connection issue. Yes, we do.
Looks like it.
And Dr. Marty, you're probably working on this. You're welcome to, sometimes leaving and coming back is the best solution. Sometimes it's not. If we continue to have a problem, we can take a few minute break.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie.
Yeah, no, we've had very few technical hiccups lately. Knock on, now I just jinxed it. Well, let's go ahead. We might as well take 5 minutes. I don't know if Dr. Marty can hear us, but we might as well take 5 minutes. And if you can be in touch, but probably exiting and re-entering. But if there are any problems, just email us in terms of the link or anything like that. Email the team. So let's, it's 3:16. Let's try coming back at 3:21. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, looks like we're back in action. To the court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Thank you so much. Yes, I am.
Great. And welcome back, Dr. Marty.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I just got kicked out. And
those things happen. I have been removed from the hearing on occasion too.
I said something wrong.
Ms. Minton, I believe back to you.
Thank you. Dr. Marty, do you know whether Area A in your mapping, and we can pull it up if you'd like, but do you know whether Area A in your mapping was shown as fallow agriculture land on DWR's mapping?
I don't know what the DWR habitat mapping showed, but I have driven by that area to verify that it is grassland with some seasonal wetland habitat.
Dr. Marty, could fallow ag land look like grassland?
I would say that fallow ag land with grasses and forbs in it would be grassland.
Thank you. Dr. Marty, I'm assuming you have some familiarity with the ITP application, but correct me if that's not right.
I have some familiarity, yes.
Have you reviewed chapter 4 of the ITP application, which is the analysis of take and effects chapter?
I believe I have. I've focused mostly on, I think, chapter 2 for crotch bumblebee, but I believe I have reviewed that.
Mr. Wooldridge, if we could please pull up DWR 803. And if you could please take us to PDF page 588. Thank you. Dr. Marty, do you see on the table that DWR's model identified more than 55,000 acres of potentially suitable crotch bumblebee habitat within the study area?
I see that figure, yes.
And since you used a different land cover map for your figure 1 than DWR used for developing their model, would you agree that minor discrepancies such as what you identified in Area A could be expected?
So I think I didn't do a mapping of the entire project footprint or the entire area. So the point that I was making with my mapping was just to illustrate a couple of small areas that I found discrepancies in, and I'm sure there are more out there. But the main point is that the DWR modeling didn't include any riparian habitat. And I don't know what the figure is for the amount of riparian habitat in the project area, but that could be a significant omission. The acreage could be much larger than just a few.
So is riparian habitat sometimes inundated with water?
In the wintertime, some riparian habitat can be.
And will bees nest in riparian habitat that's inundated with water?
They wouldn't nest in areas that are underwater in the winter, no. Or in the springtime, no.
And can't riparian habitat be inundated in the summer as well?
It can be, but the species, so nesting is one component of habitat requirements for crotch bumblebee, but the flowering plant species would continue to provide, could potentially continue to provide foraging habitat. So the button willow is a plant that's often found in wet areas or in areas that are inundated during the spring and summer. And that would still be flowering and providing habitat for crotch bumblebee, even if it does have, even if the soil surface is inundated.
Okay, thank you. And then Dr. Marty, again, I'm assuming you have some level of familiarity with the EIR, but again, correct me if that's not accurate.
I have read through it, yes, some parts of it.
Okay, Mr. Wooldridge, if we could please pull up AHO 1021. And Dr. Marty, this is the EIR project description map book.
Okay.
And if you could please take us, Mr. Wooldridge, to page 6. Okay, and Dr. Marty, just let us know if we need to scroll around on this one because the page is a little long. But in this map, would you agree that, so in the areas that you identified in your map as being unmodeled impact habitat, so areas A and B, are those identified on this map as alignment areas that would be limited to tunnel and geotechnical investigation zones?
I can't see the...
Yeah, if we need to zoom into the legend or anything, just let us know.
Can you please restate the question now that we're looking at the legend?
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Marty, would you agree that in the areas that you identified as being unmodeled impacted habitat in your map as areas A and B, that those are identified as alignment areas that would be limited to tunnel and geotechnical investigation zones in the map that's on the page here?
I do see that they're coded for that. Again, the point of my mapping was just to show that, so crotch bumblebee habitat was mapped by DWR, not just within the project alignment, but in other areas as well, like throughout the I guess study area. And so the point in the mapping that I did was to show that there were a few areas of this alignment that crotch bumblebee habitat was not included where I thought it should be, but not just to focus on because certainly the areas around the alignment would also should be mapped as crotch bumblebee habitat.
And do you know if DWR's mapping identifies areas as suitable habitat that your map doesn't?
I only focused on those two areas. So again, it was just to illustrate a point, not necessarily to remap the entire project area.
Okay, thank you very much. And then Mr. Wooldridge, sorry to make you bounce around, but if we could go back to DWR 803. And if you could please take us to page 595. And if you will scroll down to that section 4.10.1.3, and we can zoom in just a little. Perfect. Dr. Marty, in this description, can you see, and I'm looking at like the first sentence under that heading. Do you see that tunnel boring would not cause surface impacts or remove potential crotch bumblebee habitat?
I see that, yes.
So So if impacts related to geotechnical boring or survey monuments were limited, wouldn't they not impact the entire acreage that you've indicated?
So again, the acreage, the maps that I created and the analysis that I did was focused on the inadequate mapping of crotch bumblebee habitat, which I assume is throughout the project area, not just in those areas that I illustrated. That was the primary point, not necessarily to determine impacts to the habitat.
Okay, and then if we could please go to page, I believe PDF page 590. Yes, perfect. On this table, Dr. Marty, can you see that DWR is proposing to create, and I will also say my math isn't fantastic, so I'm going to generalize, but maybe like 4 times as much habitat for crotch bumblebee as would be potentially permanently impacted by the project?
Objection, this is outside of the scope of Dr. Marty's rebuttal testimony. I don't believe she testified as to compensatory mitigation.
Can you connect us there, Ms. Minton?
Let me look here. So she's testifying that we missed the habitat. So I think it's implied that we're not appropriately mitigating.
I disagree with that interpretation.
I will ask you to move on from this. I don't think there is testimony about mitigation. So thank you. Dr. Marty, are you aware whether Harvest Water has an obligation to restore habitat for crotch bumblebees?
Objection, this is also outside of the scope of Dr. Marty's rebuttal testimony, and it is irrelevant to any of the hearing issues.
I'm sorry, will you run the question again, Ms. Minton?
Yes, I asked if she was aware whether Harvest Water has an obligation to restore habitat for crotch bumblebees, and I would point to page 1, line 25 of her testimony.
Of her testimony or of her rebuttal testimony?
Her rebuttal testimony, sorry.
I will allow the question. Dr. Marty, please.
Okay, I'm sorry, could you scroll up on that document just a little bit so I can see what line you were referring to? You said line 25.
Page 1. Yep, there we are.
Okay. Okay.
And again, I can repeat the question too. Just if you were aware whether Harvest Water has an obligation to restore habitat for crotch bumblebees.
I don't know.
Okay. Dr. Marty, is it your belief that all habitat included within DWR's model, including the grassland, seasonal wetland, and vernal pools, is suitable for crotch bumblebees?
All of the mapped habitat, is that what your question was?
Yes.
I wouldn't make a blanket statement that it is all suitable. No.
So then okay, so it'd be reasonable to say then that it could include some habitat that's not suitable.
Right.
Okay. Are you aware whether impacts on riparian and freshwater emergent wetland vegetation will be mitigated as a sensitive natural community?
I'm not sure about that, or I haven't read that.
Okay. And do you acknowledge that conducting habitat assessments and all surface disturbance areas and surveys in areas that are determined to be suitable would accurately identify where crotch bumblebees may be impacted?
I think that ground truthing, habitat mapping, and conducting site surveys is the gold standard. That definitely needs to be done. Yes.
All right, thank you. Give me just one moment to look back over my notes. Those were all the questions I had for you, Dr. Marty. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Minton. I do not have questions, so I believe we're back to Ms. Moscow.
Yes, thank you.
Are you here? There you are. Sorry, I couldn't find you. Do you have redirect for Dr. Marty?
I do not, but I would like to withdraw the objection that I made based on relevance to her question regarding Harvest Water's obligations with respect to crotch bumblebees. I admit that I misunderstood the question the first time.
Noted. Thank you.
I agree now that it is relevant. So thank you.
Then with that, I think Dr. Marty, thank you so much for your time this afternoon, and thank you for testifying and joining us once again, and you are excused.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, I will congratulate all of you on an efficient day. I did mention earlier about Sir rebuttal that I wanted to think about a couple of issues. So this is not the time for, jumping into the substance, but I wanted to briefly just engage, especially with the DWR team, about Sir rebuttal. I think what I'd be looking for, we have 4 days of hearing next week, so we have time to talk about this. But before we finish our hearing days, I do want to talk about topics of Sir rebuttal and whether or not you're going to be presenting testimony, which would implicate hearing time and cross-examination. And then in response to what testimony the testimony would be offered, or in response to what rebuttal evidence. And then whether there will be other evidence, for example, exhibits submitted on Sir rebuttal and the topics that they respond to. They may be the same topics as the testimony. I don't know. I just want to cover out all the bases. If possible, and I'll look to you whether this is reasonable, I think it would be helpful to have that information. It can be fairly summary, but to the best of your ability, have that information by Tuesday so that we would have Wednesday and Thursday to talk about whether the hearing days, I believe we have 3 set aside, hopefully that's enough, but just confirming all of those things, and then developing a plan for possibility of closing briefs. I'll look to, I don't know, Ms. Morris, do you have any thoughts about that? Does that make sense, or do you have any questions at this point?
I think I understand the task, and we'll attempt to pull that information together. I think for us, it's just maybe on a rolling of what we've already done, because without having finished cross-examination, I'm not entirely sure that we would know, and there's still 4 days and quite a few witnesses.
Yeah.
So we'd be prepared. Sorry, did you want to say something, Ms. Moscow?
I apologize. We are working on a potential change to the last couple of days that I believe might relieve some of the time pressure on the 24th. So I apologize for jumping in, but I believe that it may end up creating some room for procedural discussion on, let me look at my calendar so that I am speaking correctly, the end of the day on the 23rd.
That's Tuesday.
What change can you inform us of?
Yeah, don't hold me to this because this is not my client. I believe that Deirdre Desjardins may be moving to the 25th and the 26th. We are currently figuring out whether she would start on the 25th and end on the morning of the 26th or the afternoon of the 26th. And we were planning to email Ms. Morris once we had that availability confirmed, but it seemed relevant to bring it up now.
Thank you. May I respond briefly, hearing officer?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a little concerned because that would just leave on Tuesday a very short witness and Mr. Lucas, and we would be losing, I think, maybe up to half a day almost of testimony by would you be moving someone else into that time slot?
We were not planning to because I believe that the witnesses as scheduled will still fit the way that we have it. We had held some time on the 24th, given that the Mr. and Ms. Papalardo might need to, or I'm sorry, we'd held time on the 25th, given that Mr. and Ms. Papalardo might need to carry over on that day under the assumption that Ms. Desjardins would not be able to finish on the 23rd. So I think that would leave 180 minutes for Mr. Lucas and 70 minutes for Mr. Zarif scheduled on the 23rd, which is a decent portion of the day.
I'm only concerned if we get pinched at the end because I know that I think for Mr. Zarif, I think our cost estimate is 30 minutes. I think I'm not sure 100% because, you know, I need the weekend to kind of rewrap my head around some of this. But it might be slightly shorter. I think we were definitely planning on getting through Miss Desjardins on that day. My concern moving to the 25th is that I don't think my time estimates for Burke and Wilson I feel like they might be under rather than over. And then again on Friday, the 26th, I think that's a pretty full day too as well with Miss Swanson. I think there's pretty significant cross. So I'm not opposed to it. It's just I'm not sure that I don't want to be pinched and run.
It may be better to front load the week. I think that's the concern, right? As the general, it's better to front load the week than get to the end and run out.
Yes. Again, I'm speaking.
You've been doing a fine job, Ms. Bosco. This is not so we're on track.
We will coordinate with Ms. Morris separately. The problem is that a conflict arose for counsel for Ms. Desjardins.
Got it.
So
I would just ask that if there's going to be any change to try to load that spot with someone else, that we be notified immediately because I mean 4 days of prepping back to back to back we have a lot to do over the weekend and the next several days.
I understand. And this is not a change that we have been sitting on. This just came up.
Okay. Sorry. So I think back to my thing about the assignment, was I think we could on Tuesday, based on where we are, we could provide at least up to that point of where we think we were requesting Sir rebuttal, and we'll think about your other issues. I think excuse me. One of the questions I had is there an option to just present written Sir rebuttal without I was a little confused about what exhibits could be allowed or testimony without actually orally presenting it, and what you meant by that, what that could look like.
I mean, generally in this hearing and in most hearings, if there's any kind of written testimony, then the witness needs to come in and affirm the testimony and be available for cross. But if you were only submitting exhibits that are not testimony, then there would be no need for cross, of course.
Okay. So, and then I will tell you that we plan to submit revised permit terms to address some and clarify some issues. So we intend to address several issues, not through Sir rebuttal, but through permit term conditions or amendments to permit terms that we've already provided.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. I like permit terms. I appreciate permit terms, so thank you. Is there anything else? Oh, Mr. Krieger, I apologize. I saw your hand a while ago and then frankly, I forgot. Please.
No, thank you, and good afternoon. Hearing Officer Kenzie Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. I think this has already been covered, but I do want to make clear, we intend to spend probably the most time with Heather Cooley, who will testify on the 26th. And so I just won't know by the end of the day on Tuesday what exactly the scope of our Sir rebuttal may be with respect to Ms. Cooley's testimony. And then my second question, which is Ms. Morris actually just asked, which is, other than offering testimony, what might the hearing officer have had in mind? And it sounds like the idea is potentially exhibits. And I would imagine if there is no accompanying written testimony referencing those exhibits, that there would be some authentication, procedure or something like that, similar to like a declaration that could be used. Is that sort of the thinking for non-test?
You could. I mean, I didn't get, because this is not a court proceeding. Some documents I often say are just, they're self-authenticating if it's a government publication, for example, or something that it doesn't need to be, you don't need to lay a foundation or authenticate it by a witness in administrative hearings.
Right.
So something that's possible. Yeah.
Okay. Understood. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. I didn't intend to be confusing. I intended to be all-encompassing. Is there anything else we should address before we break and then we reconvene on Tuesday? I see you, Mr. Cho. How can I help?
Hearing Officer Kenzie, Austin Cho for North Delta Water Agency et al. Mr. Krieger's comment just raised a question in my mind. That was the first I had heard that the state water contractors would have an opportunity to provide SIR rebuttal. Is that something that was addressed previously?
It was not addressed previously, I don't think explicitly. So I had not expressed an opinion one way or another. I don't know if Mr. Krieger, maybe you recall that I addressed explicitly. I don't recall that I did.
I do recall in a prior procedural ruling, although I can't cite you off the top of my head which one exactly that is, but I could dig it up.
I can take a look back at those rulings as well.
Yeah.
I had one other thought that goes back to a comment you made earlier, Hearing Officer Kenzie, before we wrapped up with the testimony today. And that was about the closing briefing schedules.
Yep.
And that depending on the length of SIR rebuttal, that there might be some sort of staggering or different deadlines for different protestants based on whether DWR has SIR rebuttal relevant to those parties.
Right.
That seems, I just want to lodge a comment on that, if I may, that just seems a little odd to assign or different treatment to different protestants based on DWR's discretion to raise SIR rebuttal. So I just hope that there could be some further discussion on that.
Yes, no, we need further discussion. What I'm up against is I really, we are all under pressure to conduct this as efficiently as possible, and it's really hard to get going on things without closing briefs. So that's the reality of what I'm facing as well. But I realize it's not ideal either way. So yes, let's talk about it some more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else we should address? All right. Well, thank you all for your efficiency today, and I will see you on Tuesday, and we are adjourned. Thank you.